When you think back to the so-called Germanic peoples who occasioned the end of the Western Roman Empire, who comes to mind first? Chances are it's the Goths or the Vandals, both of whom sacked the Eternal City of Rome and established successor kingdoms around the Mediterranean Sea. Yet neither of these successor kingdoms was to have as far-reaching an impact or as dazzling a legacy as the kingdom built by the Franks. Theirs would be the most successful polity in Western Europe from the 6th century to the 9th. It was so successful, in fact, that under its greatest ruler, Charlemagne, it united almost the entirety of Latin Christendom, an achievement unparalleled before or since, except by the last Roman emperors, who the Franks consciously and unconsciously honored and imitated. The following is my attempt to tell their story in its entirety, from tribe to kingdom to empire.
The Pax Romana, the 2-century-long peace inaugurated by Augustus, had ended, with his kingdom of gold turning to one of iron and rust, as one Roman historian put it. This was the time of the crisis of the 3rd century, a time of political unrest, civil war, and barbarian incursions. In other words, the perfect opportunity for a tribal people like the Franks to make their debut. Neither French nor German, the Franks have been labeled as a Germanic people, with this ethnic grouping suggesting a shared heritage with the infamous Goths and Vandals. For the Franks, we have several origin stories that have been passed down to us. One story claims that they came from Pannonia in modern-day Hungary, and then crossed the Rhine before laying down roots in western Germania and northern Gaul. Another story, more fantastical in nature, claims that the Franks were descended from the mythical Trojans, whose city was destroyed by the Achaean Greeks in the tale told by Homer, the Iliad. Interestingly, this is more or less the same story that the Romans used to explain their own origins. Was this a case of imitation being the highest form of flattery? Perhaps. What we know with greater certainty is that in the 3rd and 4th centuries, the Franks launched a sustained series of sea and river raids against the Romans in Gaul, the region roughly corresponding to modern France, Belgium, Luxembourg, and Western Germany. Gaul had been occupied by the Romans since the days of Julius Caesar, but much had changed since then. These were no longer the Romans of the Gallic Wars. In fact, a good chunk of the legions weren't even Roman anymore. This was out of necessity. The empire no longer had the manpower to resist the onslaught of neighboring peoples who poured into its borders either as raiders or refugees, especially toward the end of the 4th century when the Huns arrived. In the face of these demographic upheavals, the Romans gradually became more pliant, making concessions to barbarian peoples operating on the empire's periphery. The Romans would bribe them, give them land, and open up the legions to their fighting men. This is something that the Franks benefited from. Over the course of the 4th century, many became allies to the Romans, and some successfully rose through the ranks, with one or two even attaining the prestigious rank of Consul of Rome. It is at this point that the origin story linking the Franks to the Trojans starts to make more sense, as the Romans had a habit of calling their allies Trojans. So this fable may have been the consequence of feel-good imperial diplomacy. Ultimately though, just like other Germanic peoples, the Franks were not a monolith acting in unison. Instead, they were more like a loose confederation of tribes, and the alignment of individual Frankish elements with Rome was driven by self-interest, nothing more. Thus, the Franks alternated between being friends and foes to Rome for about 2 centuries, until in 420 AD, they wrested control of northern Gaul, about 25 years after the Visigoths had swept into southern Gaul and Spain. Meanwhile, the Eternal City of Rome would be sacked not once, but 3 times over the course of the 5th century, an event that had not taken place for 800 years. That is, if you don't count the civil wars. Finally, in 476 AD, the story of the Western Roman Empire famously reaches its conclusion, with the Germanic warrior king Odoacer deposing the child emperor Romulus Augustulus. In one of those poetic twists of history, This last Roman emperor happened to be the namesake of both the founder of the city as well as the founder of the empire. In Gaul, only a rump Roman state remained, and it would not be long before it too was overrun, in this case by the protagonists of our story, the Franks, who in 486 AD won a great victory in the Battle of Soissons. This was a decisive turning point, not only in the history of the Franks, but also in the fortunes of a family known as the Merovingians. That's because the Franks had been led into battle by a warrior named Clovis, thought to be just around 20 years old at this time. He is the first Merovingian firmly established in the historical record, although he could trace his heritage back much further, at least to his satisfaction and that of his chroniclers. We are told that Clovis's father was Childeric I, ruler of the Belgian Franks who had made their home in the former Roman province of Gallia Belgica in northeastern Gaul. It has been suggested by one historian that Childeric had a career as a Roman soldier. When Childeric's tomb was discovered in the 17th century, we find in it a Roman signet ring as well as 300 golden bees. These bees would become an important symbol of Napoleonic France, embodying the diligence and orderliness that Napoleon liked to project both of himself and his empire. Like Napoleon, and certainly like his Merovingian descendants, Childeric is reputed to have been a man of voracious appetites, sleeping with so many of his subjects' daughters that they eventually drove him to exile. That may have been the end of the story, had it not been for Childeric's man on the inside, a Frank named Wiemad, who I personally consider one of the greatest sidekicks in history. After breaking a Roman coin into two, Wiemad gives one half to Childeric and tells him that he will send his half to him when the coast is clear for his return. Over the course of 8 long years, Wiemad managed to slowly turn the Frankish people against their new ruler, a Roman military commander, thereby paving the way for Childeric's comeback. Upon his triumphant return, Childeric brought with him both halves of the coin, as well as the runaway wife of a nearby Germanic ruler. He would take her as his own wife, and on his wedding night, he would see a vision of what was to come. Childeric saw a procession of majestic lions, leopards, and unicorns, followed by ravenous bears and wolves, and finally by mangy dogs. This would be a fitting metaphor encapsulating what would come of his dynasty. Little else is known about Childeric, although much is debated. Nonetheless, Merovingian chroniclers entice us to go even further back, to Childeric's ancestors, even if that means wading deeper in the muddy waters of pagan myth. The Chronicle of Fredegar tells us that Childeric's father was a warrior named Merovech, and that his mother had been married to a legendary Frankish ruler named Clodio, of whom even less is known. In a story reminiscent of Alexander the Great, whose mother insisted that he was the son not of Philip, but Zeus, Merovech was supposedly sired not quite by a god, but by the mythical Kinotaur, some sort of cross between a bull and an unspecified sea creature. It is none other than Merovech that gave the Merovingians their name, a dynasty that has gone down in history as the Borgias of the Dark Ages, with their story incorporating all the same plot elements: a shady and infamous past, unbridled ambition and greed, endless conniving, femme fatales, sexual licentiousness, incest, and kinslaying. This reputation can largely be laid at the feet of one man, Gregory of Tours, who has been hailed as the father of Frankish history, and more pretentiously, as the Herodotus of the barbarians. Although his account ends prematurely, it was a groundbreaking piece of historical writing, and the most comprehensive source we have about the early Merovingian era. In the preface to his magnum opus, The History of the Franks, Gregory of Tours writes the following, quote, "A great many things keep happening, some of them good, some of them bad. The inhabitants of different countries keep quarreling fiercely with each other, and kings go on losing their temper in the most furious way. Our churches are attacked by the heretics and then protected by the Catholics. The faith of Christ burns bright in many men, but it remains lukewarm in others. No sooner are the church buildings endowed by the faithful than they are stripped bare again by those who have no faith. However, no writer has come to the fore who has been sufficiently skilled in setting things down in an orderly fashion to be able to describe these events in prose or in verse. In fact, in the towns of Gaul, the writing of literature has declined to the point where it has virtually disappeared altogether. Many people have complained about this, not once, but time and time again. What a poor period this is, they have been heard to say, if among all our people there is not one man to be found who can write a book about what is happening today. The pursuit of letters really is dead in us." End quote. To me, that sounds not unlike the picture most people have of the Dark Ages, the period immediately following ancient Rome's collapse, marked by rampant barbarism, unchecked religious violence, and a decline in intellectual pursuits. There is more than a little truth to this point of view. The register of crimes and follies begins with Clovis himself, celebrated though he would be by the later kings of France and by Gregory of Tours himself. The latter's account does not shy away from recounting Clovis's many instances of betrayal, treachery, and brutality. This was a man who convinced the son of his oldest ally, who had grown weak and lame over the years, to commit the heinous sin of patricide. We can return to Gregory of Tours to describe what happens next. Quote, "Cloderic sent messengers to King Clovis to announce his father's death. 'My father is dead,' said he, 'and I have taken over his kingdom and his treasure. Send me your envoys, and I will gladly hand over to you anything which you may care to select from this treasure.' 'I thank you for your goodwill,' answered Clovis. 'I ask you to show all your treasure to my messengers, but you may keep it.' The envoys came, and Cloderic showed his father's treasure to them. They inspected everything. 'It was in this coffer that my father used to keep all his gold coins,' said Cloderic. 'Plunge your hand right to the bottom,' they answered, 'to see how much is there.' As he leant forward to do this, one of the Franks raised his hand and split Cloderic's skull with his double-headed axe. This unworthy son thus shared the fate of his father." End quote. After covering up these murders and assuming control over the ill-begotten lands of the Rhineland, Clovis tied up another loose end. During the Battle of Soissons, a Frankish ruler named Careric pledged to join Clovis. Although when he arrived on the battlefield, he seems to have refused to commit his troops to the struggle until it became clear who the victor would be. Now, some 20 years later, this calculated neutrality would cost Careric dearly. Clovis marched on his lands, captured him and his son, and forced the one to become a priest and the other a deacon. For Clovis's standards, this was a merciful sentence, although it did mean that both father and son would be tonsured. In other words, their luscious locks would be cut off. To the Franks, who were known as the long-haired ones, this was nothing short of an abject humiliation, and it supposedly led Careric to burst into tears, and his son to vow revenge, unwisely announcing to those present that these leaves, meaning him and his father, had been cut from wood, which is still green and not lacking in sap. Soon after that, father and son alike began to grow out their hair, but this time, Clovis didn't simply give them another trim, he had their heads cut off. On other occasions, Clovis was not above wielding the axe himself. After a Frankish raider refused to share his hard-won loot with him, the cold and calculated Clovis bided his time, something he was very capable of doing. Later that same year, when he had his army assembled to examine the condition of their arms, Clovis cornered the man who had refused him, demanding to know why his javelin, sword, and axe were in such poor shape. Scattering the man's weapons to the ground, Clovis buried his axe in the man's head when he stooped down to pick them up. We hear of another such story that speaks to Clovis's personal capacity for violence. After defeating the armies of two of his kinsmen, Ragnacar and Riccar, who were then presented to Clovis with their hands bound, he demanded to know why they had not both fallen in honorable combat, before, once again, splitting their heads open with two swift strokes of the axe. To justify these actions, Gregory of Tours gives us a thinly veiled pretext of debauchery on the part of both Ragnacar and Riccar. But it falls quite flat in light of the preparations Clovis is described as undertaking to ensure the success of the operation. It seems more like Clovis was simply after their land, and he even paid off some of Ragnacar and Riccar's men who ensured that they couldn't escape. But when these plotters found out that the gold that was promised to them was gilded bronze, they confronted Clovis about the trick, and he thundered that they should be grateful that he did not have such turncloaks executed outright. That about settled the matter. By the end of his reign, Clovis was running out of rival relatives and kings to kill, but certainly not for lack of trying. Good old Gregory tells us that Clovis was at it to the bitter end, publicly lamenting the lack of relatives at his court with the ulterior motive of smoking them out. "How sad a thing it is that I live among strangers like some solitary pilgrim," Clovis slyly bewailed, "that I have none of my own relations left to help me when disaster threatens." So you get the idea about Clovis. But what's interesting about this whole thing is that Gregory of Tours, our narrator, is a Gallo-Roman Catholic bishop writing in rustic Latin. Why then does he make allowance after allowance for the barbarian King Clovis, who he considers a great man? After all, Gregory was the very picture of piety, with his account beginning with the creation of the world itself and a historical recounting of biblical events. Admittedly, this was something of a trend of the early Middle Ages, but Gregory's religious fervor extended to such heights, and I'm not kidding about this, that he made potions for himself consisting of dust collected from the tombs and relics of saints. These were apparently a kind of home remedy for him. With that in mind, we must ask the question, did Gregory have some sort of idea of greatness transcending moral law and virtue? Was he the type to hero worship kings in the same way that he did with saints? No, as his evaluation of Clovis' successors would show. More likely, Gregory's assessment of Clovis had everything to do with a combination of the political situation that he was enmeshed in living under the Merovingians, and with a missing piece of the puzzle that I have not yet elaborated on, that being Clovis' surprise conversion to Christianity, specifically the Nicene Creed which Catholicism is rooted in. I say surprise conversion because Clovis' wife, Clotilde, had made multiple attempts to convert her husband to Christianity and to baptize their children in that faith. On the latter account, Clotilde succeeded, having her firstborn son baptized only for him to die shortly after. Even so, when her second son was born, she had him baptized as well, and although he fell ill, he would survive into adulthood, as would her other baptized children. Gregory of Tours makes Clotilde's entreaties to Clovis sound very convincing. She says to him, quote, "The gods whom you worship are no good. They are carved out of stone or wood or some old piece of metal. What have Mars and Mercury ever done for anyone? They may have been endowed with magic arts, but they were certainly not worthy of being called divine. You ought instead to worship him who created at a word, and out of nothing, heaven and earth, the sea and all that therein is, who made the sun to shine, who lit the sky with stars, who peopled the water with fish, the earth with beasts, the sky with flying creatures, at whose nod the fields became fair with fruits, the trees with apples, the vines with grapes, by whose hand the race of man was made, by whose gift all creation is constrained to serve in deference and devotion the man he made." End quote. But to a man like Clovis, these words fell on deaf ears. It was only as a consequence of practical necessity that Clovis was baptized in the Nicene faith. Like the Roman Emperor Constantine at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, we hear that Clovis only rendered unto God the things that were God's when he sensed that military victory would be rendered to him in return. Of particular interest about Clovis's battlefield conversion is the fact that he chose to embrace not the Arian strain of Christianity, named after the Roman preacher Arius, but instead Nicene Christianity. Arian Christianity was the variant that had been chosen by the Franks' neighboring rulers, like the Visigoths and Vandals, whereas Nicene Christianity had been the official religion of the late Roman Empire. In case you're wondering about the difference between the two, it all really comes down to a debate about the nature of Jesus Christ's divinity. The Arians stressed the sole divinity of God, seeing him alone as unbegotten and eternal. To them, the Holy Trinity smelled too much like paganism. The Nicenes, on the other hand, saw God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit as three co-equal, co-eternal faces of one God. Unless you went to Catholic school and paid attention, this may all sound quite subtle, but the outcome of this theological debate means that modern Catholics are Nicenes, not Arians. Therefore, Clovis was ahead of his time, and he made the right choice. By the time Clovis died in Paris, the city he chose for his capital, he bequeathed to his 4 sons a unified Frankish kingdom. But he made a fatal error which would be repeated long into the future. Clovis divided his realm between his sons instead of choosing just one to succeed him. Following his example, it would not be long before the sons of Clovis turned against one another, fighting like the wolves and bears in Childeric's vision over the Frankish throne. But because an open confrontation would probably not sit well with their followers, the sons of Clovis resorted to schemes, plots, and conquests of surrounding territory, all in the hope of gaining the upper hand against one another and thereby reuniting Francia under one ruler. The eldest of Clovis's sons, Theuderic, ruled the northern part of the kingdom from the city of Metz. The next son, Clodomir, ruled southwest of him in Orleans. Childebert ruled a region sandwiched between them in Paris, and the youngest, Clotaire, who would outlast all of them, ruled northeast of Paris in Soissons. Clovis's famed widow, Clotilde, was mother to the younger three, while the eldest son, Theuderic, was born by one of Clovis's earlier wives or concubines, the distinction still not being clear in those days. Clovis's eldest son, Theuderic, already had a capable and martially inclined son of his own, Theudebert, of whom we will hear more shortly. At varying times, the four sons of Clovis were at odds with the neighboring Thuringians, Burgundians, Visigoths, and other wandering barbarian peoples now settled, enacting their own bloody dramas as they carved up their realms, which orbited the fractured Frankish kingdom like so many doomed planets with alien inhabitants clinging to alien ways. Although the Burgundians had embraced Catholicism, the roots of their conflict with the Franks ran deep, nourished on the sort of blood feud that serves to remind us of the not-so-distant pagan past. Clovis's widow, Clotilde, a Burgundian princess who hailed from that southeastern land, accused the ruling branch of the family of murdering her parents. To avenge her mother and father, she urged her sons to make war. But in doing so, she unknowingly occasioned the death of her son, Clodomir, who would die in the fighting that ensued. Although their first campaign in Burgundy seems to have been reasonably successful, the second one was a disaster. We are told that the Burgundians lured Clotilde's son, Clodomir, toward their ranks by imitating the war cry of his army, before surrounding him, hacking off his head, and impaling it on a stake that they paraded around the battlefield. Despite presenting a unified front, the Merovingians were forced to retire and lick their wounds. 3 brothers now remained: Clotaire, the youngest, Childebert, the middle child, and Theuderic, the oldest, all of whom seem to have taken part in this second campaign. This is curious, because Theuderic was half-brother to the other sons of Clovis. Clotilde was not Theuderic's mother, and yet this war had been waged on the pretext of avenging her parents. The key word here is pretext, as it belies more practical considerations for waging war during this time, namely, the acquisition of land and plunder. So long as a Merovingian king could provide those two things, land and plunder, he was golden. Failing that, he risked losing face in front of his people, who at this point in time can still more accurately be described as followers rather than subjects, their loyalty not guaranteed, but instead earned or bought. Now, at this point, you may be wondering, what exactly happened after the death of Clodomir? After Clodomir's death, his children had been entrusted to their grandmother, Clovis's widow, Clotilde. Now perhaps would be a good time to mention that, through her deeds in life, Clotilde would become a saint in death, in large part because of the instrumental role she played in the conversion of Clovis and the Frankish people to Catholicism. Though she may have unintentionally caused the death of her son by instigating the conflict against the Burgundians in the first place, Clotilde seems to have made up for it by being a loving and dutiful caretaker of her grandchildren. That is, until she was given an ultimatum by her sons, Clotaire and Childebert, who had decided that they would sweep aside their nephews and split their dead brother's lands between them. The pair presented their mother with the scissors and the sword, signifying their intention to have their nephews either tonsured or killed. Clotilde's response to the ultimatum was chilling, even if we give her the benefit of the doubt and suppose that she might have failed in that pivotal moment to realize the weight that her words bore. "It is better for me to see them dead," rather than shorn, if they are not raised to the kingship, she replied. Whether these words were spoken with quiet malice, or desperation, or unbridled rage, we cannot know for certain. Yet, in uttering them, Clotilde abandoned the grandsons under her protection, just 10 and 7 years old, to her ruthless sons. Clotaire, the youngest of her sons, is said to have performed the deed himself, stabbing both of his nephews to death. This while his older brother Childebert stood by weeping, unable to bring himself to take part in the violence, except perhaps to kill a few nearby tutors and attendants. There was in fact a third nephew, although he managed to escape the scene of the slaughter with the intervention of a few of his followers who had smuggled him to safety. This last nephew had the wherewithal to be tonsured, cutting his long Frankish hair and retiring to a monastery, for which he would be commemorated as a saint after his death. Thus, Clotaire and Childebert had succeeded in their ambition by some of the most vicious means imaginable, partitioning the lands of their dead brother between them. And then, life went on. Clovis's eldest son, Theuderic, had taken part in the fight against the Burgundians and sat out the assassination of his nephews. But in case you think he had any scruples about the ordeal, think again. When it benefited him to do so, Theuderic banded with his brother Clotaire against a different target, the Thuringians in the northeast, who had reneged on a treaty and murdered Frankish hostages. Gregory of Tours tells us that Clovis's eldest son, Theuderic, roused his followers to battle by saying, quote, "The Thuringians murdered our hostages in all sorts of different ways. They attacked our fellow countrymen and stole their possessions. They hung our young men up to die in the trees by the muscles of their thighs. They put more than 200 of our young women to death in the most barbarous way. They tied their arms around the necks of their horses, stampeded these animals in all directions by prodding them with goads, and so tore the girls to pieces. Or else they stretched them over the ruts of their roads, attached their arms and legs to the ground with stakes, and then drove heavily laden carts over them again and again until their bones were all broken and their bodies could be thrown out for the dogs and birds to feed on. What is more, the Thuringian king has now broken his promise to me and refuses utterly to do what he said he would. There is no doubt that we have right on our side. With God's help, we must attack them." End quote. In the lead-up to the decisive engagement of the conflict, the Thuringians dug ditches and covered them up with grass. Unfortunately for them, these traps did little to stop the Frankish cavalry, which surged forward in spite of all danger, lost some of its members, adjusted its course, and cut right through the Thuringian lines, plainly indicating to us just how clever ideas can, at times, crumple in the face of naked force. The conquest of Thuringia yielded not only new lands and riches, but also a wife for Clovis's youngest son, Clotaire, a Thuringian princess named Radegund, who Clotaire and Theuderic fiercely argued over until the former asserted his claim based on the fact that it had been his men who had captured her. Despite that, Clovis's eldest son, Theuderic, was at the height of his glory. And yet, even now, he could not let go of his ultimate ambition to reunite Francia. So while he and his brother Clotaire lingered in their newly conquered Thuringian lands, he plotted to have him assassinated. It had now been 20 years since the start of Theuderic's reign, but despite biding his time for so long, he bungled it. After Clotaire was summoned to his brother's presence, he arrived at a suspicious-seeming courtyard, where he had the wherewithal to spot the feet of his would-be assassins, who were hidden behind a canvas that did not quite reach the ground. This put Clotaire on guard, and we are left to assume that he stuck by his bodyguards and took an alternate path to meet his brother. If there's a lesson to this story, it's that it's always a good idea to be aware of your surroundings, especially if you're a Merovingian king. The story doesn't end there, though. It actually gets better. The scheming Theuderic now had to think up an excuse for why he had summoned his brother Clotaire to his presence. Thinking fast, Theuderic gave him a silver tray that he had lying next to him, but he soon regretted the loss of this precious booty so much that he had his son, Theudebert, ask for it back. And Clotaire, either unsuspecting of this whole ordeal or simply playing along, actually gave the tray back. Meanwhile, Theuderic and Clotaire's brother, Childebert, became embroiled in his own bit of family drama. He had set his sights south, to Spain, where his sister, named Clotilde after their mother, had been married off to the Visigothic king Amalaric. Despite the practical benefits of an alliance between the Franks and Visigoths, religious differences between Amalaric and Clotilde made the marriage increasingly untenable. Amalaric was a follower of the Arian creed of Christianity, while Clotilde was a Nicene Christian in the tradition of the Merovingian dynasty, respecting the orthodoxy of the Holy Trinity. Supposedly, whenever Clotilde went to church, Amalaric would make sure that she had dung and other filth thrown over her. When tension between the couple reached a fever pitch, Amalaric hit her with such violence that she started bleeding. But Clotilde would have the last laugh. She took a towel stained with her blood and sent it to her brother Childebert. This is purportedly what prompted Childebert's arrival, despite it sounding more like a convenient pretext for more land and wealth for the self-interested Childebert. It would be an easy conquest, since Amalaric quickly opted to escape instead of standing his ground and resisting. But just as Amalaric was about to set off with a fleet of his boats, he remembered that the precious stones he had meant to take on his journey were still locked away in his treasury. Well, as it turned out, that mistake, repeated long into the present day by anyone who's forgotten to turn the stove off before a road trip, would change the course of history. Amalaric decided to head back into the city and retrieve his precious stones, only to find that the way back to the port was blocked once he had recovered them. Having nowhere else to go, Amalaric made a mad dash for a nearby church where he expected to find refuge. But before he could get through the door, one of the warriors hunting him down throws what can only be described as a Hail Mary javelin, guided to its destination in an irreversible act of fate. This left Amalaric mortally wounded, and that was the end of his story. The victorious Childebert then gathered up his troops, his plunder, and his sister, and headed home, only for another plot twist: the sudden and inexplicable death of his sister during the journey home. We hear no more about her, except that she was buried in Paris alongside her father, Clovis. Let us not forget that this was the Middle Ages, when death lurked around every corner, not only in the form of war and violence, but also disease, childbirth, infant mortality, and various other causes. In any case, we don't hear about the specifics, nor do we hear about Childebert mourning the sister he had saved in such a seemingly heroic manner. Instead, the next thing reported to us is that Childebert banded forces with his brother Clotaire to attack Burgundy once again. Their eldest brother, Theuderic, was supposed to have joined them, as he had in the past, but he was concerned about the loyalty of his followers, who made it clear to him that they were not satisfied with the idle spell of peace that had befallen them. Attempting to divert his men's attention without giving them an opportunity to defect to his brothers, Theuderic led them to a different region, Clermont-Ferrand, where they were given free rein to pillage everything in sight. It was one of Theuderic's last recorded acts, for not long after that, he died a natural death and passed his lands to his son, Theudebert, whom we have mentioned already. At this point in time, only two sons of Clovis were still alive: Childebert and his younger brother, Clotaire, the nephew killers. And now they had another nephew, Theudebert, standing in the way of yet more lands and wealth. But unfortunately for them, this wasn't another child they could murder in cold blood. Theudebert was in his prime, a warrior who had already proven himself on the battlefield and supposedly killed the legendary Danish ruler Hygelac of Beowulf fame, when this prototypical Viking warrior king journeyed all the way to Francia to plunder its lands. Theudebert was thus able to fend off both of his uncles, and then managed to turn one against the other. Ultimately, though, the status quo between the three remained in place. Of the many Merovingian rulers who followed Clovis, Gregory of Tours seems to have held Theudebert in high esteem, calling him a great king, distinguished by every virtue. This is despite Theudebert's occasional flashes of pride and lust. This was, after all, the first Merovingian to mint gold coins depicting his own image rather than a Roman emperor. If that's not vanity, then I don't know what is. Furthermore, like other Merovingians, Theudebert had several wives and concubines, but one of these, the notorious Deuteria, was particularly eager to preserve his waning affections. According to Gregory of Tours, she went to such lengths, in fact, that she supposedly had her own daughter killed in a carefully orchestrated carriage accident. This is because she saw her daughter as a romantic rival for the affections of Theudebert. Like with many of the stories of the Merovingian period, we don't know if this one was an invention or part of a longer story. Whatever the case, though, Theudebert had already been 34 when he ascended the throne, ruling for not quite 15 years before dying prematurely. After being killed by a wild bison he was tracking during a hunting expedition, he left a sickly son on the throne who would die not long after that. Ultimately, his lands passed to Clotaire, who also inherited his brother Childebert's lands after he died of old age. The victory of Clotaire, the last of Clovis's sons, was now complete, his greatest allies in the end proving to be time and patience. Francia was reunited, if only briefly. Since Clotaire's victory was a long time in the coming, it did not take long for him to join his brothers and nephews in death, dooming the Merovingian cycle of internecine struggle to repeat itself. Clotaire had sired over 8 children with various wives and concubines. 2 of his sons had predeceased their father, and so the 4 that remained in the year 561 AD cleaved Francia into quadrants yet again. Charibert, the eldest of the brothers, ruled from Paris, though not for very long. His reign was a short and dissolute one, notable mainly for the fact that he was the first Merovingian king to be excommunicated by the Pope. Why, you may ask? Well, Charibert had 4 wives, not a problem in and of itself, except for the fact that 2 of them were sisters. Even in those days, that was a little bit much. Thus, after the short reign of Charibert, his land would be split even further between his 3 younger brothers. In order of seniority, these were Guntram, who ruled the southeastern kingdom of Burgundy from the city of Orleans, Sigibert, who ruled the kingdom of Austrasia in the northeast, and lastly, Chilperic, who ruled the kingdom of Neustria in the northwest. The eldest of them is known to history as Good King Guntram for his temperate, forgiving, generous, and pious nature. He is one of the very, very few Merovingians that comes across as a good guy. Despite that, or maybe because of it, he doesn't always cut the most formidable figure. At one point, for example, Guntram begs a congregation at a Parisian church not to assassinate him, at least for the next 3 years. That way, he explained, he could raise his successors and secure the Merovingian legacy. Nevertheless, Good King Guntram managed to play the game well enough, even as the families of his 2 other brothers became embroiled in a 40-year feud that left the Merovingians permanently weakened. The youngest of Clotaire's sons, Chilperic, had made his motives crystal clear from the get-go, attempting unsuccessfully to claim the entire Frankian kingdom for himself right after his father's death. His brothers didn't let Chilperic get away with it, and a state of hostility soon existed between him and Sigibert. But it was only when Sigibert got married that the standoff between the brothers reached a head. Unlike the many Merovingian rulers who settled for low-born women, Sigibert had found himself an impressive, intelligent, noble wife, the Visigothic princess Brunhild. Not one to be outdone so easily, Chilperic set about getting hitched to Brunhild's sister, Gauswinth. Despite her initial reluctance to marry Chilperic, their marriage began smoothly enough. Elated by the dowry he received from his in-laws, Chilperic made preparations for his bride so that when she arrived in Francia, all his army was assembled with bent knees and bowed heads, a romantic display such as only a king can provide. But as with other Merovingian marriages, it would be marred by religious differences. Gauswinth was an Arian Christian, whereas Chilperic was a Nicene who nonetheless still practiced polygamy, the residue of his family's pagan past. Initially, Chilperic relented to his in-laws' requests to honor the sanctity of a monogamous marriage, publicly abandoning his other wives and concubines. But before long, Chilperic seems to have hopped back into bed with the woman who had him wrapped around his thumb, the infamous Fredegund, a servant who had risen high by virtue of her beauty and cunning, who would go down in history as one of the most dangerous femme fatales of all time. Fredegund was perhaps the most consummate female political operator of the Merovingian world. For the moment, her biggest piece of leverage was Chilperic's affections, which she was willing to preserve at any price, including perhaps the life of Gauswinth, who was found strangled in her bed by an unknown assailant. Little doubt remained when, only a few days after that, Fredegund and Chilperic were wed. Now, recall that Chilperic's brother, Sigibert, was married to Gauswinth's sister, Brunhild. The whole arrangement might have been kind of cute under different circumstances, but this was the world of the Merovingians, so instead of double dates, we get a blood feud. Brunhild was out for revenge for her sister's murder, and Sigibert was only too happy to oblige, having already locked horns with his brother Chilperic in the past. At first, it seemed that Sigibert would be the brother to triumph. Over the next few years, he conquered most of Chilperic's kingdom, bit by bit, until, in his moment of triumph, he was struck dead, not by a warrior's axe or a wild animal's horns, but instead by the daggers of two assassins sent by none other than Fredegund. Sigibert's widow, Brunhild, now placed herself and her son under the protection of good King Guntram. Knowing her rival's duplicitous ways, Brunhild had the son, Childebert II, lowered from a window in a bag and spirited away to the city of Metz, where he would be safe, at least for the moment. Since Guntram would lose both of his sons to dysentery, he named his son, Childebert II, as his heir, and decided to safeguard his lands against the ravenous power couple of Chilperic and Fredegund, who persisted in trying to wrest control of Guntram's lands until Chilperic's death. We are told that Chilperic died on a hunting excursion, not because of some wild animal, but at the hands of another unknown assailant, who stabbed him to death when he let his guard down. I know what you're asking. Could his wife, Fredegund, have been involved? Did she perhaps get tired of sharing power with her husband? Did she have another motive? Assassination was, after all, a tool that Fredegund commonly resorted to, having succeeded in assassinating her brother-in-law Sigibert and making multiple attempts to do so against virtually all of her enemies, including her sister-in-law Brunhild, her other brother-in-law Guntram, and her nephew Childebert II. Like other Merovingian queens, Fredegund had been jealous of her daughter and supposedly wanted her dead too. Gregory of Tours tells us, quote, Fredegund waited for her opportunity and under the pretense of magnanimity took her daughter to the treasure room and showed her the king's jewels in a large chest. Feigning fatigue, she exclaimed, I am weary. Put thou in thy hand and take out what thou mayest find. The mother thereupon forced down the lid on her neck and would have killed her had not the servants finally rushed to her aid. End quote. Ultimately, we cannot know for certain whether Fredegund played any part in her husband's death, nor can we know whether this story involving her daughter has any basis in truth. The story with her daughter sounds too much like a recycled amalgamation of the past stories that we have heard of the Merovingians. Nonetheless, it's interesting that Gregory accuses Fredegund of attempting the murder of her daughter, but does not make any accusations related to the death of her husband Chilperic. This suggests to us that Gregory did have some interest in getting the facts right. However, he certainly had his biases. Gregory's assessment of the now-deceased Chilperic in particular seems unfair. He goes so far as to call him the Nero and Herod of his time, most likely in large part due to Chilperic's run-ins with the clergy and with the city of Tours, Gregory's hometown. In life, Chilperic consciously emulated the Roman emperors, building amphitheaters in Soissons and Paris to hold circuses for its people. He would have probably been shocked to be compared to Nero. Another side to Chilperic was his pseudo-intellectualism, which set him apart from the rest of the Merovingian warrior kings content to rule, for the most part, with the sword. Unlike his predecessors, Chilperic was not just literate. He went as far as composing poetry and making attempts to reform the alphabet through the introduction of 4 new characters. Chilperic was actually a contemporary of Gregory of Tours, and there exists a piece of art made much later that depicts him listening with sublime disinterest as Chilperic reads him one of his bad poems. This was all harmless, but a more dangerous side of Chilperic's intellectualism came out when he discussed matters of theology. Chilperic had some radical ideas about the Trinity, which only served to further indict him in the eyes of our narrator, Gregory, who once had occasion to reprimand him. Gregory told the king, quote, "It would suit you better to watch out that you do not make God or his saints angry, for you should know that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are all distinct in person. In these 3 persons there is one glory, one eternity, one power." To which Chilperic responded, "I will expound these matters to wiser men than you, and they will agree with me." End quote. Gregory tells us that Chilperic had an annoying habit of doing this kind of thing, dismissing everyone who disagreed with him as an idiot, including some of the most prominent theologians in history up to that point. This got under Gregory's skin, and he was supposed to have retorted with, quote, "He will be no wise man, but an idiot who would want to follow what you propose." End quote. Some way to talk to a king, and a vivid illustration of just how much power a bishop could wield in those days. Part of the reason why was their link to the ancient Roman past, not only through Christianity, but because many bishops, like Gregory of Tours himself, were descended from ancient Roman senatorial families. Nonetheless, with the death of Chilperic, Gregory must have breathed a sigh of relief, even if things were only gonna get worse from here. Chilperic's widow, Fredegar, arguably much worse than him, was now in control of the kingdom of Neustria in the heart of France, ruling as regent on behalf of her son with the blessing of the ever-forgiving Guntram. In opposition to her was Brunhild, ruling Austrasia in the northeast. Officially, Brunhild was no longer regent by this time, yet she still exercised considerable influence over her young son Childebert II. Despite occasionally biting the hand that fed him, Childebert II succeeded to the throne of Burgundy upon the death of the good King Guntram, and he was now poised to take over all of Francia in the twilight years of the 6th century. All that stood in his path was his mother's ancient enemy, Fredegar. As we know by now, this was not a woman to be trifled with. Fredegar personally led her forces into battle like some evil proto-incarnation of Joan of Arc, and she routed the forces of her nephew, Childebert II, who died the following year after being poisoned. You can guess who his mother, Brunhild, blamed for the assassination. If you had asked Brunhild, she would tell you that all the great tragedies of her life could be laid at the feet of one woman. Her sister, her husband, and her son alike, all dead before their time because of Fredegar. But for all this tragedy, Brunhild did not despair. Instead, she ruled as regent of Austrasia and Burgundy on behalf of her grandsons. Everything was in place for a final showdown between these 2 feuding queens. Just when Brunhild's hated rival, Fredegar, died of natural causes. Fredegar was succeeded by her son. But in case you think his ascension to the throne gave Brunhild any respite, you would be sadly mistaken. Fredegar and Chilperic's son, Clotaire II, would carry his family's feud to its calamitous conclusion. By this point, Brunhild had made her fair share of enemies, sometimes ruling with a heavy hand in order to raise the troops and funds necessary to sustain her feud. As a consequence, a coalition consisting of her vassals and Clotaire II succeeded in overthrowing Brunhild, who would be shown no mercy. Proving himself his mother's equal in cruelty, Clotaire II ordered that Brunhild be tied by her hands and her hair to a wild horse, dragged before the ranks of his army, and then quartered and burned. This description comes from another source, not Gregory of Tours, for by this time, our faithful narrator was dead too. Had he borne witness to this display, Gregory would have been even more disillusioned with the state of Frankian affairs than he already was. Midway through the account which forms the basis of our narrative, Gregory had already complained that, quote, "To this day, one is still amazed and astonished at the disasters which befell the Frankish people. We can only contrast how their forefathers used to behave with how they themselves are behaving today. After the missionary preaching of the bishops, the earlier generations were converted from their pagan temples and turned towards the churches. Now they are busy plundering those same churches. The older folk listened with all their heart to the Lord's bishops and had great reverence for them. Nowadays they do not listen, and they persecute instead. Their forefathers endowed the monasteries and churches. The sons tear them to pieces and demolish them." End quote. Gregory's description sounds a little like the real-world manifestation of the vision of Clovis's father, Childeric, who imagined his royal line transmogrifying from a procession of mythic creatures to a pack of wild bears, wolves, and dogs. But what of our mama bears, the queens Fredegund and Brunhild, not Merovingians by birth, but through marriage? To think that Fredegund died peacefully in her bed, while Brunhild was consigned to the agonizing death of being torn limb by limb after losing all the people close to her, seems like it could be the greatest travesty of the entire Merovingian period. While Fredegund left behind an almost entirely infamous reputation, we are told that Brunhild managed, despite it all, to bring to fruition various projects and enterprises, like the renovation of old Roman roads, the construction of new fortifications and churches, the maintenance of the army, and the establishment of sound finances. While Brunhild seems to have thrived as a diplomat and administrator, Fredegund's greatest strengths appear to have been in the ways of war and intrigue. All that being said, this stark difference in the reputation of our two queens should not and cannot really surprise us. After all, our narrator, Gregory of Tours, was given his bishopric by none other than Brunhild and Sigibert. His political and spiritual loyalties lay with them, and Chilperic and Fredegund's encroachment against the ecclesiastical bulwark of the Frankish realm only served to alienate Gregory further. If you had asked Gregory of Tours what held Frankish society together, he would tell you that it was this ecclesiastical bulwark consisting of the bishops, the saints, and the pope in Rome. Therefore, to Gregory, Chilperic represented nothing less than an existential threat to the established Merovingian order. Even so, Gregory himself recognized that this order was held together by a combination of Gallo-Roman administrative practices, put to use mainly for the purpose of tax collection, as well as sheer naked force. Since the days of Clovis, Merovingian rulers fought tooth and nail to maintain control over their followers, who still occasionally expected and exercised the liberties characteristic of a tribal people. It was a trade of sorts, the ruler offering plunder and the ruled reciprocating with tax revenue. And it worked. There was never any viable alternative to Merovingian rule, despite the almost never-ending dynastic struggles. If a Merovingian king was weak, then in due course his followers ended up serving one of his stronger brothers, sons, or nephews who rose to the task of ruling. One way or another, a Merovingian would always end up in charge. But in the aftermath of Fredegund and Brunhild's feud, Merovingian rule seems to have been undermined in a fundamental way by an ascendant Frankish aristocracy, enriched and ennobled by the countless conquests of preceding years. It was increasingly these aristocrats that appeared on the battlefield as representatives of the Merovingian kings, who were not always so keen as Clovis to lead from the front. Immediately following the conclusion of the Great Merovingian feud in 613 AD, Clotaire II, also called Clotaire the Young, had to contend with the Frankish nobility that began by asking for the finger before biting off the entire hand. Within a year of his coronation as the king of a united Francia, they forced Clotaire to sign the Edict of Paris, which gave the Frankish nobility new rights and privileges, including more oversight over court positions as well as tax cuts. A couple of years after this edict, Clotaire was forced to make a further concession. The mayor of the palace, an important court position, became an office that was held for life. These mayors, the first of which had been servants concerned strictly with the affairs of the palace, steadily accumulated more and more influence until they eventually became the power brokers behind the Frankish throne, a byproduct of their proximity to power during tumultuous times. Already, one mayor of the palace played an instrumental role in the capture of Brunhild, having turned her over to Clotaire the Young. Now there was another mayor, Pepin, whose name you would do well to remember. This Pepin pressured Clotaire to give up the entirety of Austrasia, a third of his realm, more or less, to his heir, Dagobert. Even though this would split the realm, Clotaire seems to have had no choice but to oblige him, since Pepin, alongside his great ally, Bishop Arnulf of Metz, refused to rise up in support of Brunhild at a critical time in Clotaire's struggle against her. Obviously, Clotaire could renounce this obligation had Pepin not commanded vast wealth and influence. Thus, in 623 AD, Pepin became mayor of the palace at Austrasia, raising the young Merovingian prince Dagobert to maturity alongside Bishop Arnulf. According to a popular legend encouraged by Charlemagne, the descendants of these two men, Pepin and Arnulf, would be none other than the Carolingians. For the moment, they still had a king to serve. When Dagobert assumed the throne after the death of his father, Clotaire the Young, he sought to rectify his family's situation. Combining the ruthless energy of a Clovis and the cunning of a Charlemagne, as one historian memorably put it, he was the last of the Merovingians to hold real power, with his domain encompassing not just Austrasia, Neustria, and Burgundy, but also Aquitaine. Upon his death in 639 AD, Dagobert was the first king to be buried in the Basilica of Saint Denis, which today serves as the resting place of 42 kings, 32 queens, and 63 princes and princesses. As historical tradition has it, the death of Dagobert heralded the era of the Roi Fainéants, the so-called do-nothing kings of the Merovingian dynasty, who were little more than the puppets of the palace mayors. What can we say of these kings? We hear of a fresh bevy of Sigeberts, Childeberts, and Clotaires succeeding to the various thrones of a disunited Francia. Though their authority was indeed curbed by the palace mayors, there was still such a thing as going too far. One mayor, Grimoald, the son of the very same Pepin we just discussed, managed to convince one childless Merovingian ruler to adopt his own son as his heir, and the scheme succeeded. Upon the demise of this Merovingian ruler, Grimoald's son ascends to the throne as Childebert the Adopted, despite the fact that the departed king had by that time sired a true-blooded male heir. Grimoald thus took the extraordinary step of having the true Merovingian heir, just 7 at this time, tonsured and exiled to Ireland. This was just too brazen, a move decades ahead of its time, and so Grimoald and his son were both executed by a vengeful Merovingian claimant. Most mayors played a subtler game in the latter half of the 7th century, content to name Merovingian heirs, wage advantageous wars, and broke favorable peace agreements. And yet it became increasingly clear to those inside and outside the Frankish realm where the real power lay. By 668 AD, the Venerable Bede, a famous English monk and historian, tells us that a contemporary of his could only travel through the Frankish kingdoms with a mayor's permission. Now, we've already discussed Pepin, who would go down in history as Pepin the Old. We now arrive at the time of Pepin II, otherwise known as Pepin of Herstal, a region in modern Belgium where he was probably born. By the year 680, Pepin II was the de facto ruler of Austrasia, firmly ensconced as its palace mayor. Within a decade, he would also become mayor of the palaces of Neustria and Burgundy, at which time he took the title Duke and Prince of the Franks. Notably, his battle for control of Francia was fought not with a Merovingian, but with another palace mayor, who, had he been victorious, may have established a dynasty of his own that would leave the history books devoid of the name Charlemagne. In the event, Pepin II, ruling a reunited Francia, was able to turn his attention against the Alemanni, the Frisians, and the Franconians, neighboring peoples who threatened his realm. But as you may have expected by now, this unity was not to last. In 714 AD, Pepin II died at the ripe old age of 79, and he took the significant step of naming his grandson, the 8-year-old Theudwald, as his heir, as if he were a monarch. Theudwald's father had been Pepin's eldest son, who predeceased him. His grandmother, Pepin's first wife, was the one who convinced him to name the child as his heir. In doing so, Pepin passed over his other son, who was still very much alive, a man who would be known to history as Charles Martel. Martel meant the hammer in Old French, a name that Charles earned on the field of battle, his military record virtually without precedent in Frankish history, unless one went all the way back to Clovis himself. This was a man who had to fight from the very beginning. Taken prisoner by Pepin's widow, Plectrude, who had cheated him out of his inheritance and was worried about the repercussions, Charles was able to escape from his dungeon in the chaos of an independence revolt in 715 AD. Already counting on the fact that he would reclaim his inheritance, Charles raised a force of his own to defeat this independence faction. But because Plectrude still held power, he did not have enough manpower to change the course of the war. That did not stop him from trying though, and in the Battle of Cologne, Charles suffered his first and only defeat, the one blemish on an otherwise pristine military career. Undeterred, Charles recuperated with his men in the hills of the Eifel, a region near Cologne in modern Germany. He then mounted an ambush against the enemy forces, who were so surprised by this bold maneuver that they fled despite, in all likelihood, still outnumbering Charles' forces. He followed up this victory with another at the Battle of Vinci, but before he could march on Paris and end this independence revolt once and for all, he had to root out the scheming Plectrude and her grandson, who were ensconced in Cologne, and reunite the forces meant to be under his command. Charles was, of course, victorious, but this is when he surprises us, in a good way. Charles spared both his father's widow, Plectrude, who was allowed to retire to a convent, as well as his nephew, Theudwald, who served in Charles' army. In explaining Charles' repudiation of Merovingian cruelty, one historian said, quote, "Either Charles Martel possessed a degree of decency and kindness to defeated foes unknown in that age, or his belief in himself was so great that he felt he could afford kindness as the ultimate show of strength in allowing them to live after their various plots and machinations against him." End quote. One is reminded at once of Julius Caesar, whose own policy of clemency set him well apart from his contemporaries. With Caesar, it is more readily clear to us that this policy was meant to be a politically advantageous one, and I am tempted to say the same of Charles Martel, who proves his cunning to us both on and off the battlefield. Knowing that he still needed a puppet Merovingian ruler to cloak his power behind, Charles appointed one before squashing another rebellion mounted by the combined realms of Neustria and Aquitaine. The aim of this rebellion was to knock Charles' family down a few pegs and to put the Merovingian prince, Chilperic II, on the throne. After his victory against them, Charles' confidence was such that he spared Chilperic, famously allowing him a palace, as the annals of Metz record. Charles then turned his sights outward against the Saxons, Bavarians, Alemanni, and the Frisians, the latter of which he would have to crush a second time when they rose up against him, destroying their pagan temples as punishment. At that time, Charles played the part of kingmaker like past palace mayors, until in the last 4 years of his reign, he felt sufficiently secure to rule in his own name, without a Merovingian king. Of his many impressive deeds, Charles Martel is perhaps most famous for the Battle of Tours in 732 AD, during which he defeated the forces of the Umayyad Caliphate. Later historians, as esteemed as Edward Gibbon, made much of the victory, declaring that it represented a pivotal moment not just in the history of Francia, but all of Europe. Seen in this light, Charles Martel was cast in the role of savior of Christendom, with his success ultimately confining the Umayyads and their successors to the Iberian Peninsula and ending their ambition to expand beyond the Pyrenees mountain range. As one might imagine, the topic is heatedly debated today, with some reciting the arguments of old and others downplaying the significance of the victory. Another point of contention is the size of each army, although today we think that both sides had around 15 to 20,000 men, a far cry from the figures we had in the past of 75,000 Franks up against 400,000 Umayyads, but nonetheless still a massive battle in that age. For all intents and purposes, it seems as if the Umayyads had underestimated their enemy, wholly ignorant about the threat posed by the Franks. Up until the Battle of Tours, the Umayyads had been opposed chiefly by just Otto the Great, the ruler of an independent Aquitaine which had slipped from Frankish control. Ever politically savvy, Charles Martel only agreed to join Otto against the Umayyads if he submitted his realm to Frankish control, which Otto agreed to. Charles Martel thereby secured everlasting fame, with more name recognition today than Clovis. However, this can at least partly be explained by his association with his grandson, Charlemagne. In Charlemagne's day, Charles Martel would remain a popular figure, but the clergy of that time would probably break out into either laughter or a shouting fit if one were to refer to Charles as the savior of Christendom. The standards for piety were higher in those days, and Charles was at times perceived to be acting against the interests of the Roman Catholic Church, namely through his secularization of their property in order to fund his military conquests, which his family wealth, however considerable, went only some way toward paying off. Nonetheless, it's hard to believe that none of these clergymen would be sympathetic to the idea that such appropriations were necessary in a time of perceived crisis, especially in the face of the threat posed by the Umayyads, regardless of whether they had come north to conquer or just to plunder. Ultimately, Charles Martel bequeathed to two of his sons a unified Frankish kingdom, and for once in our 2-century-long narrative of bloody upheavals and shaky successions, Charles' two sons, Charlemagne and Pepin III, seem to have gotten along just fine. They did have to sideline their two other brothers, who, according to Charles' wishes, did not get any land, but they did not fight one another. Instead, the brothers seem to have supported one another, putting another puppet Merovingian in charge and then neutralizing the Aquitanians, Saxons, and Bavarians as necessary. Notably, these brothers were able to square the circle, keeping both the armies and the church happy, something their father had struggled with. Even though both of them had enjoyed a theological education at the Abbey Church of Saint Denis, Charlemagne was the more religiously minded brother, and in the year 747 AD, he chose to retire to a monastic life. Rather than being tonsured at sword point, Charlemagne would be tonsured in Rome by the Pope himself. He was, in the words of one historian, quote, the first of a new type of saintly king, more interested in religious devotion than royal power, who frequently appeared in the following 3 centuries, and who was an indication of the growing impact of Christian piety on Germanic society. End quote. But before the saintly king would give his life to God, he had some unsettled business, which he resolved at the infamous Blood Court at Cannstatt, during which he lured thousands of noblemen who had taken part in an uprising against him and summarily arrested and executed them, effectively wiping the tribe of the Alemanni off the face of the earth. After that, he couldn't have left his brother, Pepin III, in a better position, who went on in the year 751 AD to take the unprecedented step of deposing the last Merovingian ruler, Childeric III, becoming king of the Franks in his own right with the blessing of the papacy. The reign of the Merovingians had officially ended, not with a bang, but with a whimper. Little is remembered of their last ruler, Childeric III, who truly seems to have been a do-nothing king. However, a wonderful painting exists entitled The Last of the Merovingians, which shows a bound and powerless Childeric being tonsured. As his auburn locks tumbled to the ground, this last Merovingian king must have felt the same humiliation that many of his defeated ancestors had once felt. But unlike them, this defeat was not just his own. It was the defeat of an entire dynasty, the end of an era, and the start of a new one. Though the Merovingians' time under the sun might seem to you messy and dysfunctional, an era of incessant civil war, scheming, and kinslaying, it is worth reassessing all that the Merovingians had achieved. The administrative structure that had developed during the Roman period was carried into the Merovingian one, its primary function being the division of the realm into taxable provinces. There was also an ecclesiastical equivalent consisting of dioceses, which were tax-exempt. Next to plunder, tax revenue was what funded the Merovingian war machine, and gradually the successful levying of taxes allowed the Frankish people to rely far less on pillaging their neighbors. The Franks also circulated Roman coinage until, starting with Dudebert, they began to mint gold and silver coins with their own likenesses. This facilitated more efficient forms of tax collection and commerce, even if plundered treasure, jewels, and gems still constituted a major source of Frankish wealth. The Merovingians did not just preserve the Roman administrative and monetary structure, they also came to rely on Gallo-Roman Latin as the official language at court, with Merovingian officials writing on papyrus and employing Tyrrhonian notes, a Latin shorthand employed by Cicero's secretary, Tiro. Like the Roman emperors Hadrian and Domitian, a hallmark of Merovingian rule was personal presence. A king's appearance on the battlefield could change the course of a battle, just as his appearance in a newly conquered province could cement his control over it. In the fashion of late Gallo-Roman governors, the Merovingians made a great show of traveling around their realm in ox carts to make themselves available to petitioners far and wide. In the realm of law, the Merovingians made limited advances, especially in comparison to some of their neighbors like the Visigoths and Burgundians, who went further in the codification of civil law. Merovingian officials preferred to memorize old legal precedents rather than invent new ones, and lacked a codified Roman-based system of laws. Though the Saline law code that was compiled during Clovis's reign encompassed such matters as inheritance and criminal law, it was intended for the Franks, with other peoples like the Gallo-Romans and Burgundians being subject to regional legal systems. As regards the aristocracy, the comites and duces that emerged from the later Merovingian period took their name from old Roman offices, and they would be the precursors to the illustrious counts and dukes of the Kingdom of France. Ultimately, the fact that the Merovingians succeeded in ruling Francia for as long as 250 years is a feat in itself. At the time of their fall, the Merovingian dynasty had reigned longer than any other royal family in Western Europe. Ian Wood, a leading authority on this period, has gone so far as to say that no other state equaled the overall achievements of the Franks in the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries. Whether we go that far or not, we must acknowledge that the Merovingians have been overlooked for far too long. Their reign is too often seen as a barbaric gap in the late antique period, a dark age preceding the Carolingian Renaissance. But that is a disservice to the Merovingians, without whom there would have been no Carolingians and no Charlemagne. Pepin was hailed as king of the Franks in the city of Soissons, where 250 years ago Clovis, the first of the Frankish kings, had won his greatest victory against the remnants of Roman Gaul. Pepin is supposed to have had papal backing, but this may have been a later invention meant to retroactively justify the transition of power from the Merovingians to the Carolingians. According to the traditional story, while he was still palace mayor and ostensibly bound in servitude to a Merovingian king, Pepin had addressed a letter to the Pope at the time, Pope Zachary, asking point blank, quote, "In regard to the kings of the Franks who no longer possess the royal power, is this state of things proper?" End quote. To fully appreciate Pope Zachary's response, we have to understand where he was coming from. Pope Zachary is said to have been a smart cookie, with one historian calling him perhaps the most subtle and able of all the Roman pontiffs of this time. Because the papacy was in such a fraught position, all of Pope Zachary's gifts were required of him. The Lombards, who had displaced the Goths and established their own kingdom in northern Italy, eyed the seat of the papacy, the city of Rome, with hungry eyes. In this looming struggle, the Byzantines, ruling the eastern remnants of the Roman Empire from the city of Constantinople, would have been a natural ally. After all, Pope Zachary was Greek himself, and a long history existed between the papacy and the Roman Empire, which the Greek-speaking Byzantines claimed to be inheritors of, still referring to themselves as Romans. Yet, as the Byzantines lost their holdings in Italy and fell under the sway of iconoclasm, a Christian doctrine that opposed the worship of religious images, there was a cooling of relations between the Pope and the Byzantine Emperor. That meant that the papacy was in need of a new ally, and who better than the protagonists of our story, the Franks? This up-and-coming people were the logical choice for an alliance, and so Pope Zachary supposedly replied to Pepin's letter, giving him exactly what he wanted, his consent in deposing the Merovingians. Now, let's fast forward a couple of years later to 753 AD. Pope Zachary had died and been succeeded by Pope Stephen II. Neither as subtle nor as able as his predecessor, he failed to stop hostilities with the Lombards from breaking out. This prompted the Pope to make a public show of nailing the violated Lombard treaty to a crucifix. His next act was more subtle. He sent word to the newly enthroned Pepin that he was coming up north to pay him a visit. Wasting no time, Pope Stephen crossed the Alps that same year, his goal a simple one: win Pepin to his side and get the Lombards off his back. At this point, a deal seems to have been struck between Pepin and the Pope. At the Basilica of Saint Denis in Paris, Pepin was crowned as king a second time, although this time it was by the Vicar of Christ himself, affording him new legitimacy and prestige. And since no one could say when there would be another occasion for the Pope to visit Paris, Pope Stephen also anointed Charlemagne and Carloman, Pepin's sons, as future kings of the Franks for good measure. He then named all three Carolingians patricians of Rome, an honorific title that made them defenders of Italy and the Holy See. In doing so, Pope Stephen tacitly hoped to make the Carolingians honor-bound to defend the city of Rome from the Lombards. The impression was not lost on Pepin. This was the first time any pope had crossed the Alps, and it was also the first time that a pope had crowned a king, setting a double-edged precedent for later Carolingian rulers. And so, the die was cast. When spring came and the mountain passes of the Alps thawed, Pepin and his army set out, crossing the Mont Cenis and taking the same path that Hannibal had used to march on Rome. Unlike the ancient Romans, the Dark Age Lombards did not put up much of a fight. Instead, at sword point, they renewed their treaty with the papacy, even if they would renege on it yet again and besiege Rome the following year. This prompted a second Frankish retaliation campaign, which finally put the matter to rest, at least for now. The Lombards gave up hostages, agreed to pay annual tribute, and pledged to keep their hands off the eternal city of Rome. For his part, Pepin seems to have ceded control of either all or parts of newly conquered Ravenna, Spoleto, Benevento, and the Romagna to the papacy, lands that would form the core of the Papal States. From this moment onward, the Pope would become more than a spiritual figure. In addition to being shepherds of men's souls, St. Peter's successors were now temporal rulers in their own right. It would take time for the papacy to capitalize on this change in fortunes, but eventually the Holy See of Rome would come to occupy a privileged place in the power struggles of the High Middle Ages and the Renaissance. As for Pepin, he spent the rest of his reign asserting control over southern France, a region that the Merovingians had long struggled to tame. As early as 752 AD, he had already marched down the Rhone Valley, bringing the local Visigoths to heel. 7 years after that, he uprooted the Muslim Umayyads after besieging their regional seat in Narbonne. In doing so, Pepin completed the project begun by his father, Charles Martel. It took Pepin another 7 years to accomplish his conquest over all of Aquitaine. 7 years encompassing a brutal series of campaigns that left behind burnt villas, ruined vineyards, and abandoned monasteries. In the wake of this scorched earth policy, Gascony was also tamed, a region that even the ancient Romans struggled to assert control over. Like Charlemagne, Pepin had no Battle of Tours to his name, no climactic engagement that still has name recognition today. But what he did have was a military record unblemished by defeat. His campaigns during this period marked the start of a new type of warfare that the Franks would gradually perfect. A grueling slugfest that relied on fielding more men, more supplies, and better equipment in a prolonged effort to outlast their enemies and wear them down, round by round and pound for pound. However, Pepin didn't quite go the distance, because in 768, just when total victory seemed secure, Pepin dropped dead and was succeeded by his two sons, Charlemagne and Carloman. If you listened to the last episode, you probably know what's coming. The Carolingians now and in the future would abide by the same succession law that the Merovingians devised, more or less equally partitioning a realm between the sons of a ruler upon his death. Up to this point, we know very little about Charlemagne's upbringing. He may have been born in Aachen, the city that would go down in history as the seat of his empire and the epicenter of the Carolingian Renaissance. However, there is a possibility that Charlemagne was instead born in Herstal, his family's ancestral home, or somewhere else entirely. Throughout the course of this episode, we will continue to refer to Charlemagne as such, despite the fact that this is long before anyone recognized him as great. Historians quibble about whether Charlemagne was born out of wedlock, as his birth seems to have occurred shortly before the marriage of his parents. As we shall see, the line between wives and concubines was still a surprisingly faint one, the Carolingian family's papal alliance notwithstanding. With regard to Charlemagne's joint rulership with his brother, Carloman, their two realms were technically not to be thought of as separate. Instead, they were to act and rule in unison. In practice, though, the idea of a joint inheritance was not very tenable. The two brothers were young, no doubt eager to prove themselves, and very often not in the same place. With the realm's territory carved up between them, they were bound to butt heads. Charlemagne was 26 years old at this time, and he received the northern lands, Neustria, western Aquitaine, and northern Austrasia, roughly corresponding to northern France. His little brother Carloman was 9 years younger, only 17, and he received the southern lands, Septimania, Burgundy, Provence, Swabia, southern Austrasia, and eastern Aquitaine. The first test of the brothers' mettle seems to have come very early, with the Aquitanians and Gascons not quite ready to throw in the towel now that their adversary Pepin had perished. This is where, already, Carloman breaks with Charlemagne, refusing to take part in the war. He left that burden entirely to Charlemagne. After Charlemagne was successful, things may have escalated between him and his brother had it not been for their mother, who tried to keep the peace between the two, even if she seems to have favored Charlemagne. In a bid to consolidate his standing, she brokered a marriage alliance on his behalf with the Lombards, inflaming relations with both the Pope and Carloman, who, being encircled geographically and outshone on the battlefield, must have felt the power balance shifting in Charlemagne's favor, even if he was to quickly abandon his Lombard wife. As fate would have it, there was no Merovingian-style showdown between Charlemagne and his brother, and that is because in 771 AD, Carloman inexplicably ups and dies. Surprisingly, no black legend haunts Carloman's death, despite how convenient it proved to Charlemagne. According to one explanation, Carloman died of a nosebleed which, if true, has got to make it probably the most important nosebleed in history. In any case, the sole rule of Charlemagne had begun, the start of a new era characterized by brains and brawn alike. Although there would be near constant warfare under Charlemagne's reign, there would also be great strides in administration, architecture, and learning alike, the dawn of what is known as the Carolingian Renaissance. In truth, the dichotomy of Charlemagne's reign was a feature, not a bug. Without the unbridled expansion, most of these advances would be either unnecessary or impossible. The accumulation of new land and subjugated peoples necessitated the development of new ways of governance, and the influx of wealth made it possible to fund all manner of intellectual and civic ventures. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Before any of that, Charlemagne had to deal with the Lombards, who he had alienated by discarding his wife, and who now threatened the papacy yet again. Much like his father, Charlemagne decided to side with the Pope and take swift action against his oppressors. In his magisterial book, Heart of Europe, A History of the Holy Roman Empire, Peter Wilson writes, quote, "The Papal-Frankish alliance was renewed in 773 by Charlemagne, Pippin's eldest son, who answered renewed calls for assistance as the Lombards again tried to assert secular jurisdiction over Rome. The future emperor looked the part at 1.8 meters, about 5'9", towering over his contemporaries, even if he was developing a potbelly from overeating. Detesting drunkenness and dressing modestly, Charlemagne nonetheless clearly enjoyed being the center of attention. Recent attempts to debunk him as a military leader are unconvincing. The Franks were simply the best organized for war of all the major post-Roman kingdoms, as Charlemagne amply demonstrated in his campaign to rescue the Pope in 773 to 774. End quote. The drums of war had sounded yet again, and their din would not easily diminish. For the next 3 or so decades, Charlemagne would lead an army into battle every single year. In this particular conflict against the Lombards, we find him and his army laying siege to their capital, the city of Pavia. Its defenders counted on the Franks being whittled down by the usual suspects: starvation and diseases like dysentery and malaria. In those days, besieging a fortification was sometimes just as dangerous as being besieged, if not more so. A besieging army had to contend not just with maladies and malnutrition, but also the perpetual threats of a garrison force's sally or a relief army's arrival. Nonetheless, the Franks were able to overcome these obstacles through their numbers and preparedness. Over centuries of conflict, both internal and external, they had acquired a knack for military organization and logistics, taking care of the little things like bringing enough wine so that soldiers didn't catch dysentery drinking from local water sources. At this time, siege warfare was still in its infancy, and the stone walls encircling cities in Italy, Aquitaine, and Spain kept their inhabitants pretty safe. However, as early as the campaigns of Charles Martel and Pippin, we start to see the deployment of battering rams, rope ladders, and incendiary assaults. Although no siege engines were brought to bear against Pavia, the Franks were successful all the same, starving the Lombard capital into submission. It was at this moment that Charlemagne did something unprecedented. He did not content himself with collecting hostages, tribute, and pledges for peace like his father. Instead, Charlemagne seized the Lombard throne, and with it, the Iron Crown, which, according to popular legend, contained inside it a 1 centimeter wide band composed of a nail used in the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. This sort of thing had not happened for 2 centuries. There had been plenty of battles, wars, and conquests in that stretch of time, but no ruler based in Western Europe had swallowed an entire kingdom outright. From the very start, then, Charlemagne's appetites were greater than his predecessors. However, like them, he continued currying favor with his new neighbor, the Pope, confirming the territorial concessions made by his father. Despite the protracted siege of Pavia, the conquest of northern Italy had been swift and decisive, with future revolts summarily crushed and Frankish control reaching as far south along the Italian peninsula as Spoleto and Benevento, which enveloped the newly created Papal States. It's still unclear at this time what actually belonged to the Papal States and what belonged to the Franks, as, in practice, the Pope had a limited ability to enforce his rule. Compared to the Lombards, Charlemagne tended to face more slippery foes in his other engagements, like for example in the Pyrenees mountain range separating France and Spain, where the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass was fought. This was an inglorious skirmish plucked almost randomly from the many campaigns of Charlemagne, turned into the set piece for one of the great masterpieces of medieval literature, the Song of Roland. In the lead-up to the skirmish, Charlemagne was invited into Iberia by a Muslim ruler from whom he received homage in exchange for military support in 778. But in one of the few splotches on an otherwise pristine military record, Charlemagne's Spanish campaign was stymied. After unsuccessfully besieging the city of Saragossa in northeastern Spain, Charlemagne called it quits and led his army back home, only for the Frankish rearguard and baggage train to be ambushed and massacred in the mountain pass of Roncesvalles. It was probably Charlemagne's most embarrassing defeat, one that he would almost certainly have preferred everyone forget. Yet Charlemagne was one of those figures whose failures eclipsed other men's successes, and in one of those ironic twists that history sometimes produces, the skirmish would be endlessly recounted, reinvented, and retold right up to the present day. Long after this skirmish, the borderlands with Iberia were to be a battleground. Charlemagne did not return there, although he opted to send one of his sons, who was successful in solidifying control over a hotly contested buffer zone known as the Spanish March. And in case you're wondering, there are no comparable songs about these later endeavors. Charlemagne would come to rely more and more on his military commanders, often counts, and later his sons. Of the 18 known children that Charlemagne sired with his 7 wives and concubines, 3 of his sons, Charles, Pepin, and Louis, seem to have been particularly eager and effective in advancing their father's project in empire building. These 3 sons would join their father on his campaigns and eventually mount their own, allowing the Franks to face multiple enemies at the same time. Splitting one's forces was highly uncommon during this period in history, but as the Franks pushed further in all directions, it became increasingly necessary. And nowhere was it more necessary than in the east, where the Franks faced enemies that they had long done battle with, but never so successfully as under Charlemagne, such peoples as the Saxons, Avars, and Slavs. As many as 4 Frankish armies were in the field at the same time, sometimes focused on different targets in the same region, and other times on a completely different enemy. As such, we see in some instances 3 or 4 armies at a time marching against the Saxons or the Avars, and in others, one army occupied with the Slavs, while another is engaged against the Saxons, for example. It was the incorporation of Bavaria, the southeastern expanse of Germany, into the Frankish realm that opened the door to further engagements in the east. The process began around the time of the conquest of Lombardy and culminated in the overthrow of the ruling dynasty in Bavaria, which had fostered close ties to the Merovingians and retained authority over their ancestral lands. Now, in 789, the Carolingians imposed their own rule in Bavaria, establishing counties and marches and appointing men they could trust to oversee them. This is when the Avars enter our story, a people with vague eastern origins that had, in the last 2 centuries, entrenched themselves in the Danube basin in present-day Hungary. It is here, we are told, that they returned after their bountiful raids, resting and recuperating in ring-shaped forts that were filled to the brim with silver and gold, like some dragon's lair. The Avars were the latest in a long succession of eastern steppe tribes, with the Scythians and the Huns coming before them, and the Magyars still to come. They had already terrorized the Byzantines, even besieging Constantinople, and they had butted heads with the Franks as well, having been repelled from Bavaria by Dagobert I, one of the last Merovingian rulers to throw his weight around. Now, in Charlemagne's day, when the Avars thought to take advantage of Bavaria's change in ownership, their forces were repelled and sent packing back to Pannonia, where they were little more than sitting ducks. It was at this point that Charlemagne mounted his 2-pronged Pannonian campaign, with the Avars' ring-shaped encampments standing no chance against the Franks. They had, after all, been used to grinding down more formidable stone fortifications in southern Europe. As with other campaigns, Charlemagne's attention was diverted elsewhere, and so members of his military cadre would complete it for him. He would return when the Avar Confederation lay in ruins, their bounteous plunder seized, and their people prepared to pay homage to him. We will turn to our leading narrator of this time to paint a picture of this considerable transfer of wealth from the Avars to the Franks. The name of this narrator is Einhard, and he is to the Carolingians what Gregory of Tours was to the Merovingians. Einhard refers to the Avars as the Huns, much like the Byzantines did. Funnily enough, the Huns had once been referred to as the Scythians, and if you're wondering whether one day another of these hordes would be referred to as the Avars, you would be correct. Such is the human need for giving things and people recognizable names. In any case, Einhard says this about the plunder that the Franks expropriated. Quote, "The memory of man cannot recall any war waged against the Franks by which they were so much enriched and their wealth so increased. Up to this time, they were regarded almost as a poor people. But now, So much gold and silver were found in the palace, such precious spoils were seized by them in their battles, that it might be fairly held that the Franks had righteously taken from the Huns what they unrighteously had taken from other nations." End quote. In other words, if you're plundering a plunderer, you get a pass, which the Franks got often. During the early Middle Ages, and much of human history in general, raiding was a constant. It wasn't just the bread and butter of steppe hordes and Vikings. Administrative advances under Merovingian and Carolingian rule notwithstanding, the major engine of wealth seems to have been raiding. Taxation and tribute were increasingly important, but there was still raiding. That being said, Frankish conquests sometimes yielded more than just plunder. They could, for example, yield a fresh ally in the struggle against a new enemy. This is more or less what happened with the Slavs, who more readily accepted Charlemagne's authority after he seized control over tribal lands belonging to the Croatian, Bohemian, and Moravian peoples. The Slavs went on to become important allies to Charlemagne in his 3-decade-long struggle against a far less pliant people, the Saxons. More than any other conflict, the Saxon Wars were the ultimate test for the Frankish war machine. The Saxons inhabited a densely forested expanse of land in northern Germany, their division into different tribes making them all the more difficult to subdue. In the preceding centuries, the Franks had attempted to proselytize these people, and their attempts were unsuccessful. The Saxons continued worshipping their pagan gods and mounting raids on their neighbors, even venturing so far as the British Isles, where enough of them settled down to gradually form a new Anglo-Saxon cultural identity. The war with the Saxons was a very different story from the war with the Lombards, whose lands were taken in a single campaign by Charlemagne. By comparison, it would take Charlemagne 18 campaigns to subdue the Saxons, some of them undertaken in the winter. Not even the grueling war in southern France could compare in terms of bloodshed and viciousness. As a result, the Franks had to throw everything they had against their dogged, Hydra-like enemies. Pitched battles were ineffective, so we see the establishment of garrison defenses, the simultaneous deployment of multiple armies, the organization of winter campaigns, in addition to frequent raids, massacres, and deportations, all undertaken to crush the Saxon spirit. Charlemagne's early issuance of a legal code that condemned any Saxon pagan worship to death escalated things past the point of no return. Among other things, the code delineated 34 new laws, outlawing human sacrifice and making the consumption of meat during Lent punishable by death. This gets at a major motivation for the Saxon Wars. Because of the cynicism of the modern age, we too easily dismiss religious pretexts for wars as justifications for grabbing more land and loot. But this was more than just that. The author of the Song of Roland made an attempt to present Charlemagne's Iberian struggle as a prototype of the Crusades. But the real prototypical crusade, characterized by all the fury and certainty of purpose endowed by religious devotion, was fought in Saxony. Historian Bernhard Schultz, in his preface to Einhard's Carolingian Chronicles, puts it well, saying, quote, "Frankish exploits and victories are accompanied by miracles in the Chronicles, and phrases like, 'by the will of God,' 'with the help of God,' 'God frustrated their intentions,' and 'how much the power of God worked against them for the salvation of the Christians, nobody can tell,' seem to indicate that, to this analyst, the Saxon campaign is almost a holy war to increase the kingdom of God." End quote. That is why the single most brutal act of Charlemagne's reign was overlooked or justified by his chroniclers. The act is known to us today as the Massacre of Verdun, the mass execution of 4,500 Saxon prisoners by decapitation. Somehow, the Saxons kept fighting on for more than 20 years after this massacre, before at long last they were pacified. One day, long after they had been Christianized and brought into the fold, the Saxons would have the last laugh, placing one of their own on the throne of the Holy Roman Empire. The conquest had another unintended consequence. It awoke a sleeping giant in the form of the Vikings. In the public imagination, much is misunderstood about the people who were given this designation. The Vikings belonged to a Germanic ethno-linguistic group known as the Norse, the distant ancestors of the modern Danes, Swedes, and Norwegians. The term Viking was initially used as a verb to describe the act of pillaging. Therefore, Initially, one was not referred to as a Viking, but instead one would say that he was going Viking. Later, the term was extended to refer to these raiders directly. As I mentioned, the Norse were a Germanic people, thought to share a common heritage with the Franks, Goths, Saxons, and others. As such, the chief god of their pantheon, Odin, had once been worshipped by people settling further south, including the Saxons, Lombards, and others, even if they knew him by a different name, not Odin, but Woden, or another linguistic variant. As one might imagine then, when the Franks conquered and Christianized the lands of the Woden-worshipping Saxons, the Norse people may have worried that they were next on the chopping block. Up to this point, the Norse had actually been far more engaged in the European economy than most people realize. As early as 700, a thriving North Sea trade linked the peoples of Scandinavia, Eastern England, and Francia. Centers of trade and industry were built in these places to facilitate the exchange of production of precious commodities, the biggest of them located in Francia. The Franks exported wine and high-quality pottery made in the Rhineland, already in those days showing a precocious craftsmanship that its inhabitants would become famous for during the Industrial Revolution. The Scandinavians, meanwhile, exported amber and ivory, probably from the tusks of walruses, and the Anglo-Saxons exported cloaks. Trades like metalworking, glassworking, basket weaving, boat building, and textile working all came to be practiced at the Emporia. However, because the Emporia were undefended, they were some of the first targets for the Vikings in the later 9th century. But we're getting ahead of ourselves again. In the days of Charlemagne, the Norse were still on the back foot, so much so that in the year 808, the Danish king at that time had an earthen dike extended so that it stretched 30 kilometers long across the strait. This was the type of defensive rampart that we see springing up in other parts of Europe immediately after Rome's collapse, especially by those people who felt threatened, like those in the British Isles. Probably not manned around the clock like Hadrian's Wall or other Roman frontier defenses, this Danish rampart was likely useful all the same, not just in the event of an impending attack, but also for staging raids against unsuspecting neighbors. We know that the same Danish king who extended this rampart mounted at least one such raid into Frisia, from where he supposedly planned to march on Aachen, the Carolingian capital. He was assassinated before he had the chance to do so, but in the lead up to the fight, Charlemagne, now in his 60s, personally took the field and oversaw the construction of naval defenses on the North Sea coast. It was Charlemagne's only brush with a people that, in the words of one historian, was almost unknown to his ancestors, but destined to be only too well known to his sons. Now, having surveyed the many battles, campaigns, and wars of Charlemagne's reign, we should take a moment to pause and ask the question that the military historians in the room would be clamoring to pose right about now. How did Charlemagne do it? How did he and his armies repeatedly triumph against so many different foes across the European continent? We've already touched on a few points of military strategy, tactics, and equipment, but we haven't explored any of these topics in detail, nor have we really nailed down the essence of what set the Franks apart, even if their trump card has been hinted at. So let's give away the secret sauce. What set the Franks apart was their mastery of logistics, which boiled down to sweating the little stuff. This enabled them to make full use of their advantages in population and material. Without due regard for the principles of military organization and planning, none of Charlemagne's conquests would have been possible, his many advantages notwithstanding. This analysis differs from the traditional narrative that we have been given to explain Carolingian dominance on the battlefield. According to this outdated narrative, it was the cavalry revolution beginning with Charles Martel and occasioned by the advent of the stirrup which made the Franks so unbeatable. Eventually, this explanation was taken even further to account for the origins of feudalism, its basis being that the practitioners of these new cavalry tactics formed the core not only of the Carolingian army, but also the nobility, as the military service they rendered was reciprocated with hereditary lands and titles. There's more to this explanation, but for the most part it has buckled under the weight of modern scrutiny. Although the stirrup was introduced to Europe by the Avars as early as the 6th century, the Franks only seem to have adopted it in the late 8th century, and even after that, it was an incremental process. Artists in the late 9th century still sometimes depicted horsemen with no stirrups, which would probably not be the case if this revolution was as sweeping as has been claimed. Furthermore, as far as we can tell, the core of the Carolingian nobility descended from the same people that held power during the reign of the Merovingians, the Carolingians themselves simply being the most successful of these peers. Fine, you may contend, but doesn't the traditional narrative still hold up? After all, furnishing a horse, stirrups, armor, and weapons was expensive, and it would make sense for the well-off to be the ones to capitalize on this revolution in cavalry tactics, thereby securing their hold on power. This is a reasonable contention. However, the truth is that there simply was no revolution in this aspect of early medieval warfare. Stirrups did present certain advantages, like helping riders mount their horses, enabling them to stand in their stirrups to perform more effectively mid-combat, and also allowing them to ride light during long journeys, their butts being better off for it. While useful, none of these advantages constitute a revolution, as has been claimed by those whose thesis was that the stirrup led to the development of shock cavalry. The logic being that the stirrup, which helped prevent riders from falling off their horses, gave them sufficient stability to wield long lances that could be couched or held under the arm to perform a devastating shock charge. This, it has been argued, then led to the development of a shock cavalry force, and eventually knights and nobles, QED. In reality, the stirrup alone did not enable the advent of shock cavalry. That development would come during the end of the Carolingian period, when we see improvements being made to the saddle to further affix a rider in place, and then later, the arrival of the first knights. With all that cleared up, we can now turn our attention to what actually made Charlemagne's army so successful. Much of it has to do with Charlemagne, one of the most tireless war planners in all of medieval history. The historian Guy Hossol, in his book Warfare and Society in the Barbarian West, has this to say about Charlemagne. Quote, Charlemagne seems to have taken an unusual interest in the supplying of his army, especially after 800. Earlier, he set out in some detail how the resources of the royal estates were to be harnessed to support his armies. Notably, the estates were to provide carts carrying 12 measures of wine and 12 measures of flour. The carts were to be capable of being floated across rivers and were to come with a shield, lance, and a bow and arrows for the attendants to defend themselves. Those utensils that might be required by the army were also to be kept in a locked storeroom at the center of each royal estate. The carts were to carry flour, wine, bacon, and victuals in abundance, along with whetstones, stone-cutting tools, axes, augers, and slinging machines, and there were to be men who could use these. Stones for the slinging machines were to be carried on pack animals. End quote. Now let's not kid ourselves. A lot of this was most likely ignored by the guys on the ground. It's hard to seriously entertain the notion that every estate in Charlemagne's empire showed up on campaign with exactly 12 measures of wine and 12 measures of flour neatly laid out in their cart. This gets at something we can call the enforcement problem. It's something all pre-modern empire builders faced. Rulers lacked the means to enforce many of their orders, especially when dealing with those who showed up to do battle in their names. Since the Merovingians, the rulers of the Franks exercised something called the banum, a word of Germanic origin that encapsulated the right to call free men to battle. The banum, or effectively right to rule, would be extended under the Carolingians starting with Charlemagne. Nonetheless, the transition from followers to subjects was not yet complete, so Charlemagne and his administrators had to do a lot of pushing and persuading to get things done. Because of the enforcement problem, they couldn't push too hard though, especially when it came to their army of followers slowly getting used to the idea of being oath-bound subjects. That would mean alienating the backbone of their power. And it was not just the means that they lacked, but the information necessary to enforce their rulings. This is another pre-modern phenomenon, the information problem. This is before the cell phone, telegraph, and printing press, and so the dissemination of information proceeded at a much slower pace. New rules and regulations were slow to be transmitted, and rule breakers slow to be routed out and punished. We will continue exploring these problems and how Charlemagne sought to overcome them in the next episode, which will focus more on the civic and administrative aspects of his reign. For now, it suffices to say that Charlemagne was simply one of those restless spirits ahead of his time, impatient with the constraints imposed by space, time, and nature. This was, after all, long before man had any hope of becoming suzerain of the earth. still believing dragons to reside in the wings of the world. Back when, unlike dragons, the all-too-real forces of pestilence, plague, floods, and earthquakes played an outsized role in mankind's story. Nonetheless, Charlemagne vied for mastery over men and natural forces alike. Returning to Bernard Schultz's preface to Einhard, he says, quote, "The intrepid Charlemagne seems as oblivious of physical obstacles as he is impatient with political opponents. In 1 year he builds 2 bridges over the Elbe, and fortifies one of them by bulwarks of wood and earth at both ends. With a movable bridge of pontoons connected by anchors and ropes, he makes the Danube passable. He attempts to construct a canal between Altbiel and Rednitz, which would allow him to travel by ship from the Rhine into the Danube. On the coast of the North Sea, he builds a fleet and restores a lighthouse. These are interesting efforts, but they cannot conceal that ambitions and designs far outstrip technical knowledge and expertise." End quote. More than the Franks' wide-ranging conquests against foreign peoples, it is their attempted pacification of the forces of nature that bind them in spirit to the ancient Romans, whose engineers and quartermasters uncomplainingly made the conquests of their generals possible in the first place. Although his presence on the battlefield was no doubt inspirational, as is the case when any leader puts skin in the game, the soft-spoken Charlemagne seems at times to have most in common with the crowd of engineers and quartermasters diligently working behind the scenes. Even if Charlemagne had to contend with the enforcement and information problems we discussed earlier, that did not stop him from making the attempt, without which nothing is achieved whatsoever, either on or off the battlefield. And sure enough, Charlemagne's repeated attempts do seem to have allowed his armies to show up to the battlefield with consistently greater numbers, better equipment, and with more provisions, even during the winter season, which was meant for rest and recuperation. Unlike the cities in the Italian peninsula, where 3/4 of ancient towns still thrived in the 10th century with their original Roman street plains, the lands north of the Alps had precious little infrastructure to build upon. What roads existed were often impassable in the winter, and river crossings equally hazardous. Nonetheless, Charlemagne had bridges and collapsible boats built to make river crossings possible where there were no roads. He also ensured that provisions were carefully stewarded and only consumed at designated points in the campaign route. The familiarity with these routes arising from their repeated usage in the Franks' many wars is what made this possible in the first place, as the maps of this time could not be relied upon. In regard to the provisioning of food and equipment, Charlemagne ordered that armies pack 3 months of food, 6 months of weapons and clothing, along with herds of animals and important tools necessary for the upkeep of their equipment. Again, this was the attempt, and you can bet that we have plenty of evidence of people not showing up with enough equipment, or not showing up at all. We even have cases of medieval draft dodging, with people entering church life or bribing local officials to get out of fighting. Nonetheless, the proof in the pudding is that the Franks under Charlemagne were able to bring most of these wars to a successful conclusion and impose their demands in such a way that the Merovingians could only dream of, even if, in the case of the Saxons, it would take 3 decades and 18 all-season campaigns to get there. Horses, which are so often associated with the Carolingian legend, played a decisive role in all of this, but not in the way most people think. For all the misconceptions about the stirrup, the Franks did have a formidable cavalry force, with the well-off bringing multiple horses and grooms on campaign. Although horses were not armored, they bore harnesses adorned with gold, silver, and bronze accoutrements, while others had their bridles fitted with boar tusks that must surely have given them an otherworldly impression from afar. Like some apocalyptic pack of corrupted unicorns with twisted horns, camouflaged in the snow, and come to tame the virgin lands of northern Europe. As for these steeds' riders, we know that they were skilled with sword and spear, which was used both as lunging weapon and projectile. After spending years on end campaigning and hunting, these mounted warriors must have been very comfortable in the saddle. Like a bike rider making a handless turn, Frankish horsemen probably got used to controlling their horses with their knees to increase their maneuverability mid-combat. But horses were not just useful as battle mounts, they were also vehicles for the transportation of critical provisions. It is horses and other beasts of burden that allowed Charlemagne's armies to be as large and mobile as they were. At one point during an expedition against the Avars, many of the horses died due to an outbreak of disease, delaying the outcome of the war another 2 years because of the need to resupply, a testament to the importance of these beasts of burden as far as the mobilization of men and material was concerned. At this time, Frankish armies reached as great a number as 12,000 men concentrated at a single point in space and time. Just so you know, Frankish troop counts are fiercely debated to this day, and the average army may have been closer in number to 5,000 to 6,000 men. One figure frequently cited in the past is 20,000 men, but that would make such an army 4 times the size of Paris at this time, and therefore much too high. One historian has joked that the claims made for Carolingian capacity and efficiency would be enough to make 19th century Prussian generals jealous. That being said, the Franks were able to field multiple armies simultaneously, meaning the number of fighting men they commanded was considerable, perhaps rivaling that of the Byzantines. Theirs was the only other contemporary European empire, and it is believed that they also maxed out at 12,000 men at any given point. In terms of mobility, and we're guessing here, Frankish armies moved at a speed of perhaps 5 to 10 miles per day, taking into account those two constants in these sorts of equations, baggage trains and camp followers, i.e. attendants, merchants, bishops, and other non-combatants. To prevent unnecessary waste and inefficiency, new disciplinary measures were undertaken, which probably had a positive effect on mobility. In an act that earned Charlemagne his reputation as teetotaler, drunkenness was strictly forbidden. The seizure of goods from friendly territory was met with fines or thrashings, and desertions carried the death penalty. In terms of the weapons Frankish warriors carried, we find them clad with swords, axes, spears, bows, and sea axes, basically long knives that were great as sidearms. Swords were long, straight, double-edged, pattern-welded, and used for cutting and lunging alike, similar to the Roman spatha and distinct from the gladius, great for close-quarter lunging instead. Frankish swords were less effective up close, and might have been more intended for cavalry usage. They were considered valuable and expensive objects. Though we find a fair few of them in burial sites dating back to the 6th century, these finds may tell us more about the importance of burial practices as opposed to the relative value of these weapons. Axes were another favored Frankish weapon since the 6th century, and then made an even bigger comeback during the Viking Age. As the listeners of the last episode will know, the axe frequently appears as the weapon of choice for Clovis and the Merovingians. There is a popular myth that double-headed axes were used at this time, but we find no record of such, only battle axes and throwing axes. Of all these weapons, spears were the most ubiquitous, with significant variance in shape, size, and usability. Basically, all Frankish warriors, mounted and dismounted, had at least one spear, which could be used for throwing, lunging, and even slashing like the later halberd. Later, spears developed decorative wing-like protrusions placed near the tip. In the past, we used to think that that was because these wings were effective both on the battlefield, where they prevented one's spear from getting lodged in an enemy's body, and on the hunting ground, where they could stymie the charge of wild beasts. In reality, these wings were probably ineffective in both those scenarios, and at most, useful against pinning enemies' blades. In terms of protection, the round and oval-shaped shield is almost universal during this period, right up to the Viking Age. Since we've already established that this age predates medieval knights, the famous knightly kite shield would come later. Since the Merovingians, Franks wore mail and lamellar body armor composed of iron. Lamellar was actually easier and cheaper to make than mail, and more common than people think. But those who couldn't afford iron equipment at all resorted to boiled or padded leather armor instead. The often cited figure for the price of a warrior's equipment is given at 40 solidi, a late Roman coin that remained in use as an accounting unit until the Carolingian Leave. For that price, you got a full kit consisting of helmet, body armor, sword, spear, round shield, horse, and harness. To give some sense of how high that figure was, we can take the price of a cow, which cost 1 solidus. So basically, a full kit sets you back 40 cows, the equivalent of 20 oxen and 4 horses. Charlemagne ruled as early as 792 that the well-off among the Franks were required to show up with a full kit, and about a decade after that, he ensured that this same class furnished their followers with spears, shields, bows, and 12 arrows each. Eventually, this seems to have taken a toll on the Frankish economy, prompting Charlemagne to ban the export of armor and weapons. All this information gives us some sense of the inner workings of the Frankish war machine. Although Charlemagne gets credit for tinkering with this machine and switching it to high gear, the engine, chassis, and transmission had already been put in place by Pepin, Charles Martel, and the Merovingians. Gibbon reaches a similar conclusion, saying, quote, "The sedentary reader is amazed by Charlemagne's incessant activity of mind and body, and his subjects and enemies were not less astonished at his sudden presence, at the moment when they believed him at the most distant extremity of the empire. Neither peace nor war, nor summer nor winter, were a season of repose, and our fancy cannot easily reconcile the annals of his reign with the geography of his expeditions. But this activity was a national rather than a personal virtue. The vagrant life of a Frank was spent in the chase, in pilgrimage, in military adventures, and the journeys of Charlemagne were distinguished only by a more numerous train and a more important purpose. His military renown must be tried by the scrutiny of his troops, his enemies, and his actions. Alexander conquered with the arms of Philip, but the two heroes who preceded Charlemagne bequeathed him their name, their example, and the companions of their victories. At the head of his veteran and superior armies, he oppressed the savage nations who were incapable of confederating for their common safety. Nor did he ever encounter an equal antagonist in numbers, in discipline, or in arms. The science of war has been lost and revived with the arts of peace, but his campaigns are not illustrated by any siege or battle of singular difficulty and success, and he might behold with envy the Saracen trophies of his grandfather. After the Spanish expedition, his rearguard was defeated in the Pyrenean mountains, and the soldiers whose situation was irretrievable and whose valor was useless might accuse with their last breath the want of skill or caution of their general." End quote. In the long century beginning in 714 AD and ending in 814 AD, Frankish annals record only 7 years of peace. It had been a century of non-stop war and conquest, although the Franks had come out as masters of the continent in that time. The only question now was, how much more fuel did the machine have left in the tank? By now, Charlemagne had mastered the art of wartime logistics and organization, handed down new ways of governance and worship to conquered peoples, and soon he would inaugurate the Carolingian Renaissance, a period of renewed interest in the arts, sciences, and learning in general. His gifts in war and peace made him a worthy successor to Caesar and Augustus, and the moment now came for him to be recognized as such. It happened during Mass on Christmas Day, 800 AD, in Old St. Peter's Basilica, which was built upon the bones of martyrs in the Eternal City of Rome. The time and place couldn't have been better chosen if Charlemagne himself had planned it. I say that because, according to the traditional story, the coronation came as a complete surprise to him. Ostensibly, Charlemagne had been in Rome for other reasons, and while he attended Mass like the pious ruler he was, the Pope at the time, Pope Leo II, supposedly sprung a sort of ambush while Charlemagne was kneeling in prayer. Placing the crown on his bent head, the Pope named our unsuspecting protagonist Emperor of the Romans, right then and there. At least, that is the version of events we get from our lead narrator for Charlemagne's life and times, Einhard, who said, quote, "Charlemagne at first had such an aversion to the imperial titles that he declared that he would not have set foot in the church the day that they were conferred, although it was a great feast day, if he could have foreseen the design of the Pope." End quote. So we are honestly meant to believe that Charlemagne was just as surprised as everybody around him by this turn of events, despite the fact that even contemporary sources had to acknowledge that Charlemagne's crown had been clearly visible on the altar it was sitting on. It's a little like hearing about Julius Caesar being surprised when his right-hand man, Mark Antony, very publicly offered him a crown. In both cases, we are meant to get the picture of a reluctant ruler, someone like Jon Snow of Game of Thrones, the type of figure who was not attracted to power, but received it all the same.
I don't want it. I never have.
However, the truth is that every part of Charlemagne's coronation was carefully planned ahead of time by both parties, right down to every little detail. In the preceding months, the Pope and Emperor-to-be had plenty of time to talk things over. Only 1 year earlier, the Pope had found solace in Charlemagne's court after being chased out of Rome by an angry mob bent on plucking out his eyes and tongue on the grounds of simony, perjury, and lasciviousness. These were the sort of corruption charges usually leveled at Renaissance popes in the lead-up to the Reformation, at which time we almost come to expect such behavior from the successors of the Borgias. But in these early days of the Middle Ages, such accusations were more serious, and they earned Pope Leo the reputation of being, in the words of one historian, among the shiftiest occupants of the throne of St. Peter during this time. But whatever we might think of him, Pope Leo was in an unenviable position, facing down everything from angry mobs to bickering patrician families to the ever-lingering threat of invasion. By this point, the Lombards might have been neutralized, but the crescent of Islam loomed ever more imposingly over the Mediterranean world. To his credit, Pope Leo did not give in. Instead, he embarked on a charm offensive, closely corresponding with Charlemagne and eventually sending him the keys to St. Peter's tomb, a clear signal of his intent to make the relationship official. The Carolingians and the popes had flirted with one another for a while now, exchanging military protection for legitimacy, but the time to tie the knot had come. It would be the start of a new order. If Islam was to be a religion of the sword in the safekeeping of a caliph, then Christianity would be a religion of two swords, the Pope with his spiritual sword and the Emperor with his material one. At least, that is how medieval theologians came to retroactively interpret this arrangement, plucking the idea of two swords straight from the Bible passage Luke 22:38. According to the two swords doctrine, as historians now call it, there was to be one spiritual head and one temporal head presiding over the Christian faithful. Not one, but two heads to rule them all, and in the darkness bring them closer to the light. The idea elegantly accompanied the so-called translatio imperii, i.e., the transfer of imperial control from the Romans to the Franks. In his book on the Holy Roman Empire, historian Peter Wilson described the transfer this way, saying, quote, "Like all powerful medieval ideas, this one was rooted in the Bible. The book of Daniel recounts how the Old Testament prophet responded to a request to interpret Nebuchadnezzar's dream about the future of his empire. Thanks to an influential reading by St. Jerome in the 4th century, this was understood as a succession of 4 world monarchies: Babylon, Persia, Macedonia, and Rome. The notion of empire was singular and exclusive. Empires could not coexist, but followed each other in a strict sequence that was epochal, involving the transfer of divinely ordained power and responsibility for humanity, rather than merely changes of ruler or dynasty. The Roman Empire had to continue, since the appearance of a 5th monarchy would invalidate Daniel's prophecy and contradict God's plan." End quote. As elaborate as all this theological and intellectual scaffolding sounds, there was just one problem. Well, actually a few, but we'll get to the rest of them later. The immediate problem was that the medieval world had another emperor, and one that also claimed to be heir to the Romans, arguably on firmer grounds. That emperor ruled the Greek-speaking eastern remnants of the Roman Empire. Today we prefer to call it the Byzantine Empire, as its power base was not in Rome, but in Constantinople, formerly known as Byzantium. We spoke a little bit about the Byzantines in the last episode, but let's give them a proper introduction. Although the word Byzantine has come to refer to something bureaucratic and ineffectual, this is a disservice to the medieval Byzantines. Theirs was one of the most technologically and culturally sophisticated civilizations of the Middle Ages, and unlike the Franks, who had extended their rule well beyond the Roman frontier into places untouched by Roman roads or aqueducts, the Byzantine Greeks mostly ruled over lands in present-day Greece and Turkey that had actually been long-established Roman provinces. At this time, the Byzantines were ruled not by an emperor, but an empress, the infamous Irene of Athens, a woman who had seized power from her son and blinded him. In case that seems gratuitously cruel to you, just know that it probably wasn't personal. The Byzantines just had this unfortunate habit of blinding political opponents, oftentimes family members, in order to disqualify them from rulership. Now it remained to be seen whether the Byzantines would turn a blind eye, no pun intended, to Charlemagne's coronation. But because of his role in the event, Pope Leo had effectively severed ties with Empress Irene, a decision that had less to do with the fact that she was a woman, even less to do with her cruelty, but almost everything to do with geopolitical realities. Pope Leo's predecessors had already begun the process of distancing themselves from the Byzantines, who had retreated from the Italian peninsula and begun experimenting with different interpretations of Christianity, such as iconoclasm, the rejection of Catholic icons. This was still before the Great Schism and the establishment of the Eastern Orthodox Church, but that is where things were headed. In the meantime, Christendom was still united, but it had to contend with the problem of the two emperors, the Zwei Kaiser problem, as it later came to be called in German. You now had two peoples, the Franks and the Byzantine Greeks, with the same aspirations of universal empire that the Romans had. It was a state of affairs much changed since the days of the 5th century, when the Byzantines had cutely regarded the Franks as sons of Rome. But as early as the 6th century, the Merovingian kings of the Franks had begun to outgrow such designations, asserting their own right to rule and replacing images of Roman emperors with images of themselves on the coins that they minted. Charlemagne himself seems to have regretted the decision to let the Pope coronate him, probably because he became less and less enthusiastic about the implications of being crowned by a Pope. Think about it for a second. If the Pope could make an emperor, did that not mean that he could unmake him as well? Charlemagne's successors would learn that lesson the hard way, as would many other medieval Catholic rulers. Once the Carolingians had played the part of kingmakers in Francia. Now, popes came to play that role for the entirety of Catholic Europe. Although at first they kept their spiritual sword sheathed, as it became honed and polished, they would brandish it with righteous fury to excommunicate rulers and call crusades. Almost exactly a millennium after Charlemagne's coronation, long after the popes had exhausted these powers, the new Charlemagne, Napoleon, seems to have learned from his predecessor's example, making a deliberate decision to crown himself instead of being invested with authority by the Pope. In that sense, Napoleon, with his instinctive grasp on the symbols of power, had more in common with the Romans. Even if their last emperors were Christian, none of them was ever crowned by a pope. Their imperial legitimacy was vouchsafed elsewhere, and they wore not crowns, but laurel wreaths, like the one Napoleon chose to wear in his ceremony. That brings us to a fundamental question about Charlemagne's empire-building project. Was it built on Roman foundations, or was it something new entirely? Though Charlemagne was called Emperor of the Romans, scholars then and now have never stopped debating the nature of his empire. For our part, we've already touched on some of the ways that the Carolingian Empire was distinct from the Roman one. To begin with, much of the territorial expanse ruled by the Carolingians lay far outside the former boundaries of the Roman Empire, and the Carolingian power base was not in Italy, but in a region called Austrasia that was never fully under Roman control. For those who would argue the reverse, that the Carolingian Empire was in fact a continuation of the Roman one, the obvious place to start would be with Carolingian titles and honorifics. We already know that Charlemagne was named Emperor of the Romans. However, in his official charters, he preferred to go by Charles, most serene Augustus crowned by God, the great peaceful emperor ruling the Roman Empire. It might just sound like a lengthier version of the first title, but there is something else about it worth honing in on. Specifically, the inclusion of the word peaceful. Because Charlemagne was so frequently at war, this may give us pause. Yet, there is an explanation for this idea of peace. Like the Romans, the Franks excelled in war, but they much preferred it when waged far from home. The reason why is that offensive wars afforded opportunities for enrichment through the acquisition of plunder, whereas defensive wars were far less profitable. At home, the Romans and Franks wanted order and stability. They wanted barbarians kept at bay and criminal elements punished. In other words, there was the idea of peace, the so-called fruit of justice. And both peoples looked upon the emperor, who was judge, jury, and executioner, to keep the peace. The same idea is foundational to the modern state, which is expected to monopolize violence and keep us far removed from it. The Franks and the Romans only went so far in this regard, but they were more successful than many other pre-modern peoples, so much so that we can conceive of the idea of Roman and Carolingian states. That is not the only commonality we see. Beyond the here and now, Roman and Frankish emperors alike were looked upon to provide guidance in the hereafter. We have already addressed the fact that these emperors were looked upon as God's stewards, charged by divine mandate to guide their subjects to salvation. And in this spiritual quest, the Carolingian emperors were aided not only by the popes, but also the Frankish nobility. These noblemen were literate, fluent in Latin, and could often trace their lineage back to the late antique period. At times, they were referred to in the Old Roman way as the optimates, a Latin term translating to the best, referring not only to the best in rank and wealth, but also in moral character. At this point, you may be wondering, was this all just a lot of posturing? In actuality, how did all this intellectual scaffolding hold up? We will have our answers to these questions by the end of this episode, but for now it suffices to say that even if this was posturing, it was awfully necessary for the Carolingians to establish legitimacy. Up until relatively recently in Frankish history, the Carolingians were just another noble family serving the Merovingian kings. Therefore, interlinking ideas about the nature of rulership, the world, and God allowed them to justify their right to rule. These were ideas further developed in an intellectual movement known as the Carolingian Renaissance, characterized by the revival of classical knowledge, which serves as perhaps the greatest evidence in favor of continuity between the Romans and the Franks. Most people have heard of the Italian Renaissance of the 15th and 16th centuries, and of names like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Machiavelli. By comparison, the Carolingian Renaissance gets a lot less love, even if there may have been no Italian Renaissance without the Carolingian one. Students of antiquity are always bemoaning the fact that only a tiny fraction of the ancient world has survived to this day. Well, without the Carolingians, we would only have some fraction of that fraction. It was because of the Carolingian Renaissance that thousands of classical works survive to this day, which would otherwise have been lost to time. Of all the books written in Western Europe before Charlemagne's coronation, fewer than 2,000 survive to this day. By comparison, 9,000 books survive from the following century, when the Carolingians ruled. And many of these books were laboriously handwritten copies of original Latin and Greek texts, dating back hundreds of years, which had, up until recently, been shut away in Lombardy. We have long since lost many of the originals, but we still have the Carolingian copies that were produced in monasteries. So anyone who has read Cicero's Republic, or the works of Tacitus, Livy, or Polybius, has a Carolingian monk to thank. When the scholars of the Italian Renaissance read some of these copies, they mistook them for the Greco-Roman originals and figured that the clean and elegant style of handwriting that they encountered was ancient in origin. In reality, this handwriting was the product of the Frankish monks who gave us Carolingian minuscule. If you listened to our first series about the Akkadian Empire, then think back to what the Akkadians did with Sumerian cuneiform, because it's a little bit like that. Carolingian minuscule was the culmination of 3 centuries of experimentation with varying Roman scripts. As the first minuscule script, it pioneered the use of lowercase letters, making it easier to distinguish between titles, subtitles, and body text, something markedly more difficult when only uppercase letters were in use. The Gothic script, also known as blackletter, which succeeded Carolingian minuscule, preserved the use of lowercase letters, but it was characterized by a comparatively more bold and ornate look, making it far more difficult to read up close. If you were to conjure up an image of a medieval letter in your head, it is probably this script, blackletter, that you would be thinking of, instead of Carolingian minuscule, which I would say was ahead of its time. Despite it falling out of popularity, Carolingian minuscule was to make a comeback during the Italian Renaissance. After a few tweaks, it became Humanist minuscule, which was stripped of Gothic ornamentality and marked a return to a more clean and legible script clearly influenced by Carolingian handwriting. One can trace a more or less direct line from Carolingian minuscule through Humanist minuscule to many of the fonts in common use today. In the information age, we prefer most of the stuff we read to be as legible as possible. It was no different in the Carolingian period, despite the fact that the ability to read and write was monopolized by a small monastic intelligentsia. Monks had already functioned as some of the most trusted agents of the Carolingian regime. They were not only missionaries, helping the Carolingians win the hearts and minds of the inhabitants of newly conquered territory, but also diplomats, having played an important role in forging the alliance with the papacy. On top of that, they frequently undertook pilgrimages to visit saintly remains or to transport them from place to place. I find them a seriously impressive bunch, well-traveled, clever, and full of conviction. They weren't always traveling, though. More and more began to lead a sedentary existence in the monasteries. From the year 768 to 855 AD, 30 cathedrals and over 400 monasteries went up, with the majority of these being built during Charlemagne's reign. These monasteries were not for the exclusive use of the monks who lived there. They were also a kind of hotel and restaurant for the Carolingians, nobles, and missionaries who passed by them. Those monasteries that were close to campaign routes were chock full of food and supplies for passing armies. In addition to fulfilling all of these functions, Charlemagne directed the monasteries to also become centers of intellectual life. This was the beginning of the monastic scriptorium, a place where books were read, copied, and written en masse. It had already been a phenomenon in the British Isles, and now monastic scriptoria began to spring up across the Carolingian Empire. What made the scriptorium viable in the first place was the development of the book, which was itself still a new invention. Not that long ago, people had still written things down on papyrus, which, because of the limitations of the material, better lent itself to use in scrolls rather than books. But then parchment came along, a more durable material compared to papyrus, and therefore more capable of withstanding the test of time. Hence why Carolingian copies outlasted so many original works. It all became possible when people caught on to the fact that they could write stuff down on animal skins, gradually perfecting the process of preparing these skins for writing. They began by soaking the skin in a lime solution so as to more easily discard the fat and hair, before cleansing the skin in lye, and finally stretching it on a frame and drying it. The finished parchment was then turned into pages, or in the language of medieval manuscripts, leaves, which were stacked on top of each other and stitched together between either hard or soft covers. Since the quality of parchment was so inconsistent, sometimes fine and sometimes coarse, it became an indicator of wealth. But there were other indicators too, easier for us to grasp in today's age when we take books for granted. There were, for example, book covers studded with jewels or made of carved ivory, silver, and gold. You could safely judge these books by their cover, as they were often beautiful on the inside too, consisting of elaborate illustrations and designs that accompanied the text. Speaking of the text, while most times it was written in black ink, a composition of soot, oak apples, and squid ink that now often appears to us a faded brown or yellow, illustrations tended to make use of rarer pigments like blue, gold, and silver, which still bedazzle us today. As a consequence, these illuminated manuscripts, with their hard-won splashes of color, constitute some of the most enduring works of medieval art. The American financier J.P. Morgan bought one of these manuscripts, the Lindau Gospels, and it apparently was enough to turn him into something of a medievalist. The elite of the Carolingian age also collected these manuscripts, and we see the emergence of private libraries in their palaces and estates, some of which went from having dozens to hundreds of books during this time. Charlemagne's library was the most extensive of all, and he assembled a court of the finest minds of his age, who formed a cross between a book club and an elite circle of advisors. This despite the fact that he never quite mastered the art of writing, and much preferred being read to, rather than sitting hunched over a book himself. One gets the impression that if he was alive today, Charlemagne would have been more of a podcast and audiobook guy, constantly soaking up information about a wide variety of topics. In his personal library, there were treatises on history, art, and law, and practical manuals about everything from the Latin language, to medicine and herbology, to astronomy and mathematics, complete with diagrams and drawings, something the new medium of books was far better suited to compared to scrolls. Although many of the books at this time, especially the original ones, were works of Christian theology, Charlemagne's library had no shortage of writings produced by Greek and Roman polytheists, that is to say, pagans. This was something monks were understandably nervous about, and we find many monasteries completely barren of these works, to the point that one of the leading intellectuals of this period publicly bemoaned the lack of rare classical texts in Francia, sending for some to be imported or copied in the British Isles. This is yet another battle in that tug of war between new and old, between preservation and innovation. Just like the Franks never stopped debating the nature of their empire, they never stopped debating the value of classical works. By this point, there was already a long tradition dating back to the 6th century of preserving classical works on the basis that, in spite of their pagan origins, they could be used as an aid for interpreting the Bible. Historian Rosamond McKitterick, a leading expert on this period, wrote of the debate, quote, "With so much emphasis on Christian education and Christian learning, one is bound to ask what attitude the Frankish scholars of the Carolingian period had towards the pagan writings of classical antiquity. The obvious objection to the classical authors was their paganism. Added to this was the different moral sense and ethic they imparted. The Carolingians inherited the patristic attitude towards the classics in regarding them as a means to an end and as models for imitation in style. One monk summed the attitude up when he stated that the useful elements in the secular poets are so much grist to the human mill. What is not obviously useful, we wipe from our minds, and that applies above all to any mention of the heathen gods, love, or care of worldly things. A few scholars were violent in their opposition to the classical authors. Other Carolingians loved the classics and did their utmost to obtain copies of them. Charlemagne's palace library had a relatively large collection of rare classical texts, and one branch of classical learning in which the Carolingians were interested in for its content rather than for its language and style was the technical branch." End quote. Despite the fact that Charlemagne's favorite book was said to be Augustine's City of God, which was read aloud to him while he ate, bathed, and swam, his aforementioned library of classics makes it clear where he stood in this debate. We even hear of one occasion where the same scholar at Charlemagne's court, who complained about the lack of rare works in the realm, asked the emperor to borrow his copy of Pliny's Natural History. Moreover, Charlemagne made this position clear to his brainy court, saying, quote, "We are concerned to restore with diligent zeal the workshops of knowledge, which through the negligence of our ancestors have been well nigh deserted. We invite others by our own example, as much as lies within our power, to learn to practice the liberal arts." End quote. The term liberal arts is often trotted out these days, but many don't realize that it has a formal designation, or at least it did, encompassing 7 different areas of knowledge: the so-called trivium, grammar, rhetoric, and logic, as well as the quadrivium, music, geometry, arithmetic, and astronomy. Charlemagne really did lead by example, making multiple attempts to study all of these arts, and ensuring that his children did too. Although he spoke Frankish and Latin and could understand Greek, Charlemagne never really learned how to write in any of these languages. Nonetheless, he went on scribbling stuff down on various books and tablets that he kept stowed away under his pillow. His personal forays into learning and his assemblage of great minds were such that his court became a central node in the network of monastic scriptoria and palatial libraries. These great minds were united by their appreciation of the liberal arts and their devotion to the emperor. They were men who came from all over Europe, from York to Lombardy, and they helped Charlemagne run his vast empire while composing fawning poetry about him in the tradition of Virgil and comparing him to King David in the Old Testament. Because Charlemagne's rule was so itinerant in nature, his court must have been highly mobile. Those scholars who followed him from place to place remind one a little bit of the ones that followed Napoleon into Egypt, where they dug up the Rosetta Stone and single-handedly launched the field of Egyptology in the 19th century. Napoleon also enjoyed the company of intellectuals, but he advised against making one your wife or your minister, something that Charlemagne obviously felt different about, judging by his choice of ministers. With all that said, if we were to pinpoint an epicenter of intellectual life for the Carolingian period, it would undoubtedly be the city of Aachen. Called Aix-la-Chapelle in French, Aachen shows signs of life dating back to Neolithic times, and the Romans used it as a kind of spa resort due to its naturally occurring thermal springs. Although it was hailed as a new Rome by contemporaries, admittedly, it was a far cry from the great cities of this period, like Constantinople and Baghdad. The most impressive feature of the city by far would be Charlemagne's palace complex, Built at the close of the 8th century, it was to the Carolingian Renaissance what St. Peter's Basilica was to the Italian one, although sadly only a fraction of it remains standing today. This collection of palatial buildings included an imperial residence, council hall, treasury, throne room, gymnasium, barracks, and even a menagerie for exotic animals, such as peacocks and the Asian elephant, Abul Abbas, a gift to Charlemagne from Harun al-Rashid, the famed Abbasid caliph portrayed in Arabian Nights. In addition to that, there was a thermal spring-fed bath system, its statues of pagan deities replaced with Christian saints. It was here that Charlemagne swam while having books read to him. On other occasions, he staged huge pool parties with as many as 100 courtiers and bodyguards at a time. Finally, there was the Palatine Chapel, the only part of the palace complex that has survived to this day, but only after centuries of renovations and restorations that have turned it into an extravagant work of bricolage, blending classical, Byzantine, and Baroque architectural styles. Crowned with an octagon-shaped dome and bronze parapets, the eye-popping blue and gold interior of this tall building is adorned with colorful mosaics and marble columns, the necessary inspiration and materials being sourced from Ravenna and Rome. In the western gallery, on a podium preceded by 6 stone steps, stands Charlemagne's marble throne. Though at first glance it appears to us quite plain, the Karl's throne, or throne of Charlemagne, is laden with biblical symbolism, and today it is believed that its materials were sourced from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. In addition to serving as the coronal throne for later Holy Roman emperors, it was also immortalized in a lovely painting by the old French master, Henri Paul Mott. In this depiction, Napoleon, with his hand characteristically tucked inside his coat, stands at a respectful distance, only mounting the first of the 6 steps, as if Charlemagne, with his long legs outstretched before him, was still seated there. The real Napoleon disappoints us. He was less respectful, carting off entire columns from the chapel to France in the unsentimental fashion of a conqueror. Charlemagne would have the last laugh in the end, with most of what was stolen being returned to the chapel after Napoleon's fall. It's important to mention that the palace complex at Aachen was only one of 150 Carolingian palaces at this time, to say nothing of the 700 imperial estates, a major source of the family's wealth. These palaces were, for the most part, monumental in nature, meant to inspire awe rather than serving a defensive purpose. This is missed by those who would have us believe that the Carolingians basically built a bunch of castles and invented feudalism. Many of the family's palaces were constructed near bodies of water, like the Rhine and Danube, which made them accessible by boat. In the lands north of the Alps, still lacking the infrastructure of parts of the Mediterranean world, this was the preferred way to travel, especially during the winter. Among these palaces, the one at Ingelheim was another important one, with Charlemagne's successors spending their summers there and their winters in Aachen. Unlike at Aachen, the palatial hall of Ingelheim left depictions of ancient heroes intact, with mosaics of Remus, Hannibal, and Alexander the Great rendered alongside Carolingian heroes like Charles Martel, Pippin, and Charlemagne. But of all the Carolingian palaces, Ingelheim included, Aachen was the most important one, at least during Charlemagne's day. After his coronation as emperor, he spent more and more of his time in this expansive palace complex, from where he could issue his many legal decrees and charters, meet with advisors and ambassadors, enact currency reforms, hold feasts, and otherwise ensure the smooth functioning of his empire. That brings us to the topic of administration, which will reveal to us the true nature of Charlemagne's rule. This is the key to understanding how, after his conquests, he managed to hold on to such an enormous sweep of territory, amounting to roughly 450,000 square miles, or about 1.2 million square kilometers. This was Western Europe at its most unified, a feat that would not be repeated for another 1,000 years. France, Germany, Austria, Belgium, Switzerland, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, northern Italy, and even parts of Eastern Europe were at this time all answerable to one emperor. The traditional narrative tells us that the Carolingian experiment in empire building yielded feudalism as its byproduct, categorizing a population of some 10 million or more into a taxonomy of those who fought, those who prayed, and those who worked with their hands. In other words, the nobility, the clergy, and the serfs. More recently, historians have made the case that feudalism emerged not by any such revolution, but rather because of an evolution that may have begun with the Carolingians, but only reached fruition in the 11th century, the starting point of the High Middle Ages. This was when long-established dynasties and cities, as well as up-and-coming institutions like guilds, universities, and knightly orders, all became sufficiently entrenched to atomize power. These actors created the sort of world that looks a lot more like what we imagine when someone brings up the Middle Ages. The Carolingians weren't quite there yet, and there is no clear consensus among experts about whether their empire was fundamentally antique or medieval in nature. Nonetheless, there is still quite a bit that we do know, so let's unpack some of it and begin to draw some conclusions. We'll begin with the nobility, those who fought. Most nobles were counts, a holdover from the Merovingian age. The majority of these counts acted as administrators, ruling counties, although some were merely part of the imperial household. It is believed that the empire had up to 600 counties, with the more developed of these composed of cities, villages, and monasteries alike. This was before counties became hereditary, although many counts remained in office until their deaths and passed their lands and titles to their children. This process only really ossified in the late 9th and 10th centuries. In the time of Charlemagne, counts were appointed, and the title could be revoked at any time. In addition to the count, there was the missus dominicus, Latin for envoy of the Lord. These imperial inspectors had been around during Merovingian times too, but to a far more limited degree than under Charlemagne. Now there were a lot more of them, and their authority was formalized. They had the power to preside over courts of law, receive oaths on behalf of the emperor, and survey counties. Ultimately, this was a sort of check on the counts, an innovation that was not to outlast Charlemagne due to the breakdown of imperial power. Besides the count and the missus dominicus, there was the newly invented marcher lord. These lords ruled marches on the frontiers of the empire, their lands heavily garrisoned and fortified. This was another logical innovation in light of the constant expansion that occurred under Charlemagne's reign. Last of all, there was the duke, who also tended to rule in the frontier regions and only appeared at the end of the Carolingian period. Under Charlemagne, you still mostly had counts, with power being measured not by a fancier title, but instead through patronage, influence, and wealth. That is to say, some counts were a lot more powerful than others. To drive the point home that this was not yet feudalism, it's necessary to mention that vassalage as a concept was still in its incipience. In his legal decrees, Charlemagne had specified that the well-off were to perform military service and swear personal oaths of loyalty to him, but the less well-off were expected to do the same. With the High Middle Ages and the advent of peasant levies, that would change. The authors of an authoritative book on the period, The Carolingian World, put it like this, saying, quote, "The vassal, who held land in return for military service, an important prop in the traditional construction of feudalism, is nowhere to be found in the Carolingian world." The central fact of the Carolingian countryside was thus the complex interaction between the steepening of the social hierarchy, leading to longer and more formal ties of patronage on the one hand, and on the other, a continued understanding of Frankish society as based on the community of free landowners acting collectively." End quote. In essence, there was still this residue of Merovingian-era leader-followerism, but it was now challenged by Charlemagne's vigorous attempts at imperial governance, which harkened back to the sophisticated administration of the Romans. And these attempts extended to spiritual matters, in other words, to those who prayed. There were something like 180 bishoprics in the Carolingian Empire, with only 45 of these under papal control. Although Charlemagne was meant to only wield the material sword, leaving the spiritual one to the Pope, by now you may have caught on to the fact that sharing power did not come naturally to a man like Charlemagne. He got himself involved in the affairs of the clergy to an extent that would have made even King Chilperic from our Merovingian episode blush, a king who was infamous for being overly involved in theological affairs. But unlike with Chilperic, there seems to have been good reason for Charlemagne's involvement, as well as recent precedents that made it more palpable. By the start of Charlemagne's reign, there had been an observable decline in the quality of sermons, liturgies, and ecclesiastical discipline, possibly as a consequence of either the proliferation in men of the cloth or the attempts of his father and grandfather to bring these men to heel. As we know, Charlemagne conquered much, built much, and proselytized much, and this bought him the legitimacy necessary to fix the problem that he was in some ways contributing to. Therefore, we see Charlemagne hold religious councils, impose a new liturgical standard, and set down firm requirements of monasteries and churches. He ensured that sermons were well delivered and translated to local vernaculars, and even chimed in on the contents of these orations in an effort to bring uniformity and quality assurance to the pulpit. In one of his proclamations on the subject, Charlemagne said, quote, "Correct properly the Catholic books, for too often, while people want to pray to God in proper fashion, they yet pray improperly because of uncorrected books." End quote. Basically, this was a case of sermon supply chain management, if you will. But Charlemagne's intense involvement in ecclesiastical activities set a further precedent for his successors, who wouldn't be quite as skillful or as successful as him in managing the relationship with the clergy and pope. This is a topic for the next episode, so for now, let us turn to our last group, those who worked with their hands. This is you and me, the everyday man, who accounted for the largest segment of the empire's population by far. It was not an easy life. Most people toiled away for most of their waking hours, working the land with wooden implements like the plow. Although the iron plow and the watermill had both been invented by now, their diffusion was a slow and gradual process. That is why, perhaps, the chroniclers of the period pay little attention to these innovations. They could not know that the plow and the mill would help transform the European economy in anticipation of the High Middle Ages. As the Silicon Valley saying goes, the future had arrived, it just wasn't evenly distributed. Like with raising crops, raising animals was also a story of drudgery and deficiency, with flocks being smaller than those that had once grazed the provinces of Roman Gaul. There was still some chance of adventure and advancement, though. If Charlemagne's summons came while you were a young man, then you would join the emperor on campaign, furnished with weapons and supplies bought by your community, with everybody pitching in a silver coin or two. If luck was on your side, you could strike it rich after a successful raid or siege in distant lands. This probably happened to at least a few poor Franks after the defeat of the Avar Confederation in present-day Hungary, where enough booty had accumulated over the decades of raiding that the transfer of wealth from the Avars to the Franks was a notable enough phenomenon to be singled out in the annals. But ill fortune was just as likely, if not more so, to befall you. Whether you were young or old, insidious threats loomed on the horizon. Raiders, robbers, diseases, natural disasters, and famines induced by summer droughts and winter frosts. While at the very highest level, the trappings of power grew in sophistication, here in the countryside, it was all much simpler. If you never worried about putting food on the table, then that in itself was a sign of power. Speaking of putting food on the table, the average diet consisted of bread made from rye, corn, oats, and wheat, which could be chased down by beans, cheeses, eggs, and ale. Larger estates, like the ones owned directly by the Carolingians, grew vegetables and fruit, and also had a more bountiful supply of wine, honey, and spices. If you did not live in one of these large estates, then you weren't completely out of luck when it came to these delicacies. This was a time when Europe was still covered in woodlands. Thus, you could easily stumble upon honey and fruit in a nearby forest, where charcoal, lumber, meats, and pelts were also sourced. In some, the unfortified, ramshackle wooden villa or village that you probably called home inducted you into a culture of self-sufficiency, collective ownership, and shifting settlement. Because buildings were abandoned and thrown up again in new locations in the face of natural disasters, crumbling infrastructure, and rural exploitation, you probably didn't get used to staying in one place for too long. There was this consolation, though. Death was certain, but taxes, not so much. Like in the Merovingian era, there is some mention of taxation in our sources, but not that frequently. Given that taxation serves as a sort of litmus test for administrative efficiency all throughout history, this is a little bit of a disappointing reality that belies our notions about Carolingian rule. In a trend that would continue throughout the Middle Ages, we hear that taxes are imposed on the use of certain equipment and infrastructure, hence the wheel tax, bridge tax, and port tax. But otherwise, money would trickle, if not pour, into the Carolingian treasury by other means, like fines, gifts, and tolls, with the latter of these essentially being interchangeable with the forms of taxation I just mentioned. In the days of Roman rule, things had been different. You had a more sophisticated system of taxation, a standing army, a highly specialized Mediterranean commercial network, and well-maintained infrastructure. The stone and brick villas of the Roman imperial period, now in ruins, looked more like what we think of when we hear that word, owned by patricians and run by slaves. As I have alluded to already, power in the Carolingian countryside was less formalized. The Carolingian World's authors write, quote, "Villages were tied into the patronage networks that made the empire tick via well-connected local priests and estate managers, who were members of rural communities themselves rather than agents imposed from outside." End quote. The picture the authors paint is more laissez-faire than we might expect. Charlemagne's many reforms notwithstanding, the influence of the Count and the Missus Dominicus seem to have been indirect, and although these imperial agents may have frequently been on the move, either to pay homage in the imperial court, to carry out their official duties in the city, to partake in a hunt or a feast, or to go off to war, they tended to be far removed from the hubbub of everyday village life. That brings us to the question. Besides presiding over the appointment of these many imperial agents, what were some of Charlemagne's other reforms? How else did he attempt to improve the lot of his people, here on earth rather than in the hereafter? One reform often attributed to Charlemagne is almost symbolic of a golden age coming to an end. In response to the poor condition of the sou, a gold coin in circulation at that time, the silver denarius was minted to replace it. The process had actually begun with Charlemagne's father, Pepin the Short, who switched to a silver standard in response to the contraction of Mediterranean trade. For a little bit of context, the collapse of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of Islam disrupted long-time trade patterns, and Europe's gold supply was compromised. Charlemagne's significance lay in carrying Pepin's reform forward and spreading it beyond Francia to the other parts of Europe that were under his control. He also took measures to retain direct control over the mints and ensure uniformity of the coinage. It was a similar story with Charlemagne's legal reforms. He drew on a fairly extensive legal tradition and no universal law code was codified during his reign. Whereas during Roman times there had been the gestae municipalia, municipal document registers that kept records of legal transactions, the monastic scriptoria filled that role during Carolingian times. Furthermore, old codes and precedents dating back to the late antique period were debated, revised, and written down, in some cases for the first time. These regional codes and precedents were less ironclad than the laws of a modern state. They were more like suggestions, often serving as a starting point in the arbitration of disputes and dispensation of justice, which was left up to community leaders. Perhaps the most important of the precedents that the Carolingians drew on was the banum, a word of Germanic origin dating back to the 5th century, and essentially encapsulating the concept of the right to rule. More specifically, it had begun under the Merovingian kings as the right to call free men to arms, but by Charlemagne's time it expanded into a whole series of rights and responsibilities enshrined in legal decrees called capitularies. The capitulary was organized into chapters, capitulae in Latin, hence the name, and its applicability was varied, whether it came to demanding oaths of loyalty, outlawing Saxon paganism, or even correcting minor abuses. The capitulary served as the primary vehicle for expressing imperial authority. It was the ultimate expression of Charlemagne's will, tempered as it was by his closest advisors. With a quick Google search, you can find a lot of these capitularies online, and some of them read like bullet-pointed lists of regulations and instructions for land and resource management. The Capitulary of 802 is a good example, providing guidance on everything from income and expense tracking, to animal husbandry, to the provision of baggage trains. It went so far as to remind those involved in food preparation to wash their hands, something that was in all likelihood quite important for the prevention of disease. But whether those actually working with their hands listened to Charlemagne is another story. And judging from his later capitularies, which are a little bit whining in nature, Charlemagne seems to have bemoaned the fact that the people of his empire were not listening to him. The authors of the Carolingian world, who we can turn to once again, tell us, quote, "The capitularies rarely had much to say on procedure, but were obsessed with structure and establishing chains of command, repeated injunctions to counts and missi to refuse bribes, to hold courts in appropriate settings and not in their vassals' houses, and to refrain from cutting short judicial hearings to go hunting, are backhanded evidence not for corruption, but for the Carolingians' drive to persuade their aristocratic followers to consider themselves royal agents and to follow certain codes of behavior when they were on the king's business." End quote. That is kind of what we would expect from a period in transition, right? When the distinctions between landowners and laborers was not as clear as the antique period and the High Middle Ages. Again, that trace of leader-followerism lingered, and in his capitularies, Charlemagne takes the tone not of a dictator, but a persuader. Before his coronation, only a dozen capitularies were issued, with the vast majority coming afterward. In total, we get something like 80 capitularies during Charlemagne's reign, a testament to the power he held compared to his predecessors and successors alike, who only managed to pump out a handful more between them. By comparison to the capitulary, the land charter was far more prolific. This was a document addressing one or more aspects of land management, like for example its sale, lease, transference, inheritance, or inventory of goods and supplies. It is the Carolingian period's 1,000 or so charters that, alongside archaeological evidence, shape our understanding of what life was actually like on the ground. Ultimately, what we can say is this. Even if the Carolingians did not quite top the ancient Romans, that was a tall order, so we have to give credit where credit is due. Compared to the Merovingian era, there had been real progress in Charlemagne's day, an observable increase in the exploitation of arable land, and evidence of increased specialization. As destitute as the Carolingian countryside might have sounded in my description of it, things had probably been worse under the Merovingians. It's simply that we don't know as much because of the comparative lack of documentation. Furthermore, at least a small part of the countryside's destitution was actually a product of its success in specialization. That is because specialization has an insidious side. In the jargon of economics, this is because when scarce economic resources, i.e. land and labor, are allocated toward the production of non-essential goods, economic shocks can produce more negative outcomes. In other words, when more and more farmers decide to hang up their plows and start blacksmithing or woodworking, a disease or natural disaster are all the more likely to produce famines that a specialized population is ill-equipped to respond to. Nonetheless, specialization is a characteristic of any sufficiently sophisticated economy, and it was a natural outcome of increased agricultural productivity in this era. Although trade can be an outcome of specialization, for all the lands and peoples that came under the influence of the Carolingians, trade was more limited in scope than we might expect. By comparison, the Mediterranean trade network that flourished under the Romans was a lot more significant to their economy. Fundamentally, that is because it was easier in those days to travel by sea than by road, especially when traveling north of the Alps. Furthermore, the Romans had centuries to build their trade network, whereas the Carolingians had only had decades so far. That is to say, nothing of the unique tectonic and climatic characteristics of the Mediterranean coast, which, because of its variance from region to region, was an ideal staging ground for the prototype of a market economy. In the end, Charlemagne could only play the hand he was dealt, which he played very well, achieving in his lifetime more than perhaps any other monarch in the Middle Ages. Therefore, it's well worth our time to say a thing or two about the man of the hour. Up to this point, descriptions of his character have interspersed the larger narrative, but let's come to a conclusion about what made Charlemagne tick. As a starting point, we can turn to his earliest biographer, Einhard, who drew on an extensive set of first-hand experiences to paint a pretty revealing portrait of the man. Einhard said, quote, "Charlemagne's body was large and strong, his stature tall but not ungainly, for the measure of his height was 7 times the length of his own feet. His eyes were very large and piercing, his nose was rather larger than is usual, he had beautiful white hair, and his expression was brisk and cheerful, so that whether sitting or standing, his appearance was dignified and impressive. Although his neck was rather thick and short, and he was somewhat corpulent, this was not noticed owing to the good proportions of the rest of his body. His step was firm, and the whole carriage of his body manly. His voice was clear, but hardly so strong as you would have expected. He had good health, but for 4 years before his death was frequently attacked by fevers, and at last was lame of 1 foot. Even then he followed his own opinion rather than the advice of his doctors, whom he almost hated because they advised him to give up the roast meat to which he was accustomed and eat boiled instead. He constantly took exercise both by riding and hunting. This was a national habit, for there is hardly any race on the earth that can be placed on equality with the Franks in this respect. He took delight in the vapor of naturally hot waters and constantly practiced swimming, in which he was so proficient that no one could be fairly regarded as his superior. Partly for this reason, he built his palace at Aix, and lived there continuously during the last years of his life up to the time of his death. He used to invite not only his sons to the bath, but also his nobles and friends, and at times even a great number of his followers and bodyguards." End quote. This passage forms the basis for much of what we know about Charlemagne the man. The fact that his height is the first thing to come up is unsurprising, and the topic is of enduring fascination today, with estimates ranging from 5'9" to 6'5". However tall Charlemagne actually was, this was a figure that towered over his contemporaries, both in stature and in other ways. Although he had a reputation for temperance in eating and drinking, an aging Charlemagne developed what one historian has called a potbelly, something that we hear Einhard more delicately confirm. This may have been a consequence of the many feasts that Charlemagne presided over, during which he ate his fill and wore finely embroidered, bejeweled clothing that made this tall and bushy mustached ruler even harder to miss. Under normal circumstances, Charlemagne is said to have endearingly preferred the sort of attire that the everyday people of his empire wore, but at feasts and other imperial ceremonies, it was important that the emperor looked the part. After all, these sorts of events presented a unique opportunity to him, a bloodless ritual that bound the Frankish nobility to him. Another way Charlemagne achieved this was through hunts. Although not quite as bloodless as feasts, hunts were still a safer way to expend the energies and passions of Frankish noblemen outside of campaigning. We heard from Einhard already that he considered the Franks unrivaled hunters at this time, and it can perhaps be said that if war was their ultimate sport, hunting was a close second. That is why noble assemblies concluded with hunts, a welcome respite from the sometimes dull political and ecclesiastical discussions that increasingly came to dominate such proceedings. Like Einhard mentions, Charlemagne himself took part in a great many of these hunts. This was a sportsman who had hunted and ridden his whole life and also enjoyed swimming. His was a life in motion, exceptional even for the peripatetic Franks. One day, many years from now, Americans would call Theodore Roosevelt the steam engine in trousers, a nod to his energy that simultaneously associated him with a symbol of progress. In that vein, we might imagine the Franks calling Charlemagne something like the watermill in breeches. Charlemagne traveled hundreds, if not thousands of miles each year. During one particularly busy year, his travels amounted to just under 2,000 miles, or roughly 3,000 kilometers. This was a man who kept himself busy, constantly campaigning, hunting, overseeing assemblies, organizing feasts, dictating capitularies, or surveying the many lands under his control as he bounced between the 150 palaces and 700 estates that he owned, probably exhausting the advisors and family members that accompanied him. Even so, Charlemagne was a family man, another of his endearing qualities. Einhard tells us, quote, "He had such care of the upbringing of his sons and daughters that he never dined without them when he was at home, and never traveled without them. His sons rode along with him, and his daughters followed in the rear. Some of his guards, chosen for this very purpose, watched the end of the line of march where his daughters traveled. They were very beautiful and much beloved by their father, and therefore it is strange that he would give them in marriage to no one, either among his own people or of a foreign state. But up to his death he kept them all at home, saying that he could not forego their society." End quote. Charlemagne's seclusion of his daughters was to be incessantly gossiped about, but this may have simply been his way of preventing an ambitious son-in-law from giving his successor unnecessary trouble. In any case, his daughters were to take lovers and have multiple children out of wedlock, who received Charlemagne's unconditional affections all the same. As for Charlemagne himself, after 5 wives and many more concubines, he sired 18 children, chastity never quite being one of his more conspicuous virtues, as one famous historian put it. Even if he was survived by only one legitimate son, this was the start of a formidable bloodline. The great dynasties of the Holy Roman Empire and France alike, the Capetians, Ottonians, Luxembourgs, and Habsburgs, were all to claim direct descent from Charlemagne, making his title of Father of Europe all the more fitting. But we have still not answered the question, what was the essence of the man? It's not easy to say. We have a few biographies, but we don't have mounds of material to work with like with later figures. And what we do have is sometimes contradictory in nature. There is a certain dichotomy that we cannot fail to have recognized by now in the many facets of Charlemagne's life and times. There was temperance and excess, simplicity and extravagance, civilization and barbarism, and at the highest level, the antique and the medieval. If I were to single out just one running thread in the great tapestry of Charlemagne's life, then I suppose it would be his restlessness. That, I would argue, is Charlemagne's essence, which he applied in the war tent and the council hall in equal measure. Charlemagne was constantly on the move, managing only a few hours of shut-eye here and there. Known to rise from his bed several times each night, one can vividly imagine candlelight scenes of our insomniac emperor, scribbling away in a book or reading over the draft of a capitulary. Sometimes it all took a toll on him, yet even if he was too tired to rise from bed the next day, Charlemagne resorted to summoning his advisors to his bedside in order to dictate aloud to them. It was the sort of unstately display that only a master statesman could afford, like Winston Churchill a millennium later, who had the same habit, sometimes not rising from his bed until noon. But as he approached the age of 60, a much longer slumber awaited Charlemagne, one that did not come as a complete surprise. Einhard said that as Charlemagne was unsettled by fevers, so too were the heavens unsettled by a succession of solar and lunar eclipses. But whether or not his death was written in the stars, Charlemagne seems to have been all too aware of his impending death. Only a year prior, he had summoned his sole surviving legitimate son to court in order to crown him as co-emperor and heir. And yet, concerns about his mortality notwithstanding, he spent the last autumn of his life hunting before falling ill and drawing his last breath on the morning of January 28th, 814 AD. In a famous poem describing his final moments, Charlemagne is said to have uttered, "My warlike hand, once famous throughout the world, now shakes as my blood grows cold." His funeral took place the same day, and he was interred in a marble sarcophagus inside his beloved Aachen Palace Chapel. A grieving monk at the time, overcome with emotion, said, quote, "From the lands where the sun rises to western shores, people are crying and wailing. The Franks, the Romans, all Christians, are stung with mourning and great worry. The young and old, glorious nobles, all lament the loss of their Caesar. The world laments the death of Charles. O Christ, you who govern the heavenly host, grant a peaceful place to Charles in your kingdom. Alas for miserable me." End quote. In his final will and testament, Charlemagne left most of his wealth and his book collection to the church, wanting it to be used for charitable purposes. As politically motivated as a lot of his decisions seem to our cynical modern eyes, this was the final pious act of someone who was, in the end, a pious individual who lived and died by his faith, even if he weaponized it. Since he had outlived all of his legitimate sons except for one named Louis, the realm would not fracture, but instead passed in its entirety to him. What comes of his successors is a story for another time. For now, it suffices to say that Louis was no Charlemagne. The world would not see the likes of a Charlemagne for many centuries, however much people hoped and prayed that it could be otherwise. Long after he had died, a rumor began that he would return in the end times, that for the time being he was not dead, but only resting. My only contention is this: the Charlemagne we know would never have stayed put this long.
Laying down the primitive foundations for feudalism, even as he clutched onto more ancient expressions of authority, Charlemagne attended to the needs of his imperial creation well into his twilight years, lavishing affairs of state with the care and attention of a born patriarch. Though for all his many wives and concubines, the same patriarch was survived by only a single legitimate male heir, Louis the First. This heir to Charlemagne is known to posterity by a few different names: Louis the Fair, Louis the Debonair, and most famous of all, Louis the Pious. Only a year prior to his assumption of the throne, his father had crowned him co-emperor and formally designated him as his heir. By then, Louis's legitimate brothers had all died before their time, which streamlined the course of the imperial succession and prevented the realm from being split apart in accord with the principle of partible inheritance enshrined in Salian law, the foundational Frankish legal code still in use hundreds of years after its inception. The only question that now remained was whether Louis would rise to the occasion, and the auspices looked favorable. He had been groomed to rule almost from the hour of his birth, and the very name he was given betokened Old World prestige, its various forms and pronunciations testifying to a heritage both Latin and Germanic. In fact, the name Louis, also referred to in the sources as Ludovicus, was a corruption of Clovis, itself a Latinized form of Germanic Ludwig, making Louis the namesake of the first Merovingian king to unite the Franks. Unlike Clovis, Louis received his crown much earlier in life, when he was just 2 or 3 years old. The crown was given to him by his father, Charlemagne, who named him King of Aquitaine, a region roughly corresponding to the area of southern France and northern Spain. This was part of Charlemagne's entirely novel modus operandi. His realm was vast, and so, in the pursuit of stability, he entrusted entire kingdoms like Aquitaine, Italy, and Francia itself to his legitimate sons. These sub-kings, as they are sometimes called, answered to their father alone, frequently joining him on campaigns, feasts, hunts, and assemblies, and remaining in close correspondence with him when they were apart. They were Charlemagne's eyes and ears, but because of the realities of time and space, they received a wide berth that provided them with ample opportunities to assimilate the arts of warfare and statecraft. Louis got his start particularly early. At the age of only 4, he took up residence at his royal seat in Aquitaine, where he learned what it took to rule, while simultaneously building up local connections and becoming acquainted with various regional customs. This was Charlemagne's equivalent of sending a child to boarding school, though in this case the schoolhouse was an entire kingdom. On a trip to see his father 4 years later, Louis sported what I like to imagine as the period's equivalent of baggy jeans. That is to say, the loose-fitted breeches popular among his prickly Basque subjects. This was more than a childish act of rebellion, though. In all likelihood, the Basques probably appreciated Louis's adoption of their dress in lieu of the tight-fitted trousers that Franks normally preferred. Yet sartorial diplomacy could not solve everything. Not infrequently, the sub-king of Aquitaine had to resort to force to put down revolts in what was still an untamed part of the Carolingian Empire. This freed up his father and brothers to launch offensives elsewhere, some of which he also took part in. Closer to his home in Aquitaine, Louis spearheaded offensives into the Iberian Peninsula, culminating in his conquest of the city of Barcelona. Charlemagne's own forays into Spain had been comparatively less successful, with his greatest defeat having taken place in the Pyrenees mountain pass of Roncesvalles. In 812 AD, Louis and his army were almost ambushed in the very same passage, but due to the precautions he took, history would not repeat itself. It was at least one occasion where Louis outdid Charlemagne on the battlefield. In addition to that, unlike Charlemagne, literacy came easily to Louis. He had been afforded a lavish education and had ready access to the many scholars drawn to the emperor's court like moths to a flame. This made the prince a more self-examining and thoughtful type, someone who would become known for his deep ruminations about the essence as opposed to the simple exigencies of rulership. But unlike his father, Louis the Pious is not remembered as great. He is considered a good man, but not a great one. For all his many virtues, traditional accounts suggest he lacked something Machiavelli called virtu, the kind of manliness and vitality a ruler needed to get things done. Writing in the Story of Nations series, the appropriately named Louis Sargent put it this way, saying, quote, Louis the Pious, who is also called the Debonair, presents the melancholy spectacle of a man essentially good by nature, full of lofty intentions, amiable, and magnanimous in private life, yet wanting in vigor and resolution, easily relying on the advice of others, and destitute of the worldly wisdom which would have enabled him to choose his advisers well. Men of his character are numerous in every age. They are doomed to suffer themselves and to bring suffering on others. And when they are born, as Louis was born, to hold the reins of government, their life is apt to be a tragedy. End quote. In other words, the traditional verdict on Louis the Pious is that he was lacking in that winning combination of resolution, worldly wisdom, and animal cunning that figures like Charlemagne and Clovis embodied. And on top of all that, Louis was saddled with a conscience. But it bears repeating that everything I just mentioned is part and parcel of the traditional verdict. Now is the time to let the events of Louis the Pious's reign speak for themselves. That way we can learn the real story behind this reputedly tragic figure, and ultimately come to an understanding about the beginning of the end of the Carolingian Empire. After the 36-year-old Louis succeeded his father, having made the journey to Aachen in a brisk 13 days, it seemed like the start of a reign that would be vigorous, but also stern and puritanical. The religiously minded Louis was said to rarely laugh or even smile, with certain portrayals evocative of a character like Stannis Baratheon from Game of Thrones. Although the literary culture and iconography of Louis's reign drew on the same political models as those of Charlemagne, running the gamut from biblical rulers to Roman emperors to Frankish kings, Louis was less keen on preserving the pagan texts and idols found in the Palace of Aachen and elsewhere. He seems to have had little to no interest in these vestiges of a polytheistic past, owing to a mix of religious and political reservations. This mindset also informed how he treated his relatives, many of whom were forced into monastic exile. Ostensibly, this was on account of bad behavior, but it likely had more to do with concerns about rival claims to the throne. These concerns even extended to his sisters and nieces so that Louis could be spared the ambitions of a male marrying into the family. Nor did he stop there, proving himself not above speaking ill of the newly dead. The authors of the magisterial book, The Carolingian World, paint the picture of a ruler that would have made Machiavelli proud, writing, quote, Louis's presentation of himself as a moral paragon was directed against not just his sisters, but also his father. Louis's open criticism of Charlemagne in the early years of his reign was intended to distance his regime from that of his father, and to give it a distinct personality. In 814, Missi, imperial inspectors, were sent throughout the empire and, with much fanfare, announced that they had discovered oppression and corruption wherever they looked. Though there is no consensus on the dating, it was arguably around this time that a new version of the Royal Frankish Annals was compiled, in which were included accounts of Charlemagne's military defeats, which had been left judiciously unmentioned while the old emperor was alive. Meanwhile, accusations of sexual licentiousness at Charlemagne's court, implicitly aimed at the unmarried state of both the emperor and his daughters, found expression in highly political vision texts dating from the first decade after his death, one of which depicted the late emperor in purgatory having his genitals gnawed at by a beast. The irony of all this was that the man most responsible for establishing the political significance of the ruler's moral conduct had been none other than Charlemagne himself. Louis was not as different from his father as he perhaps liked to believe. End quote. We would do well to keep that last sentence in mind as our narrative progresses. While Louis was still sub-king of Aquitaine, he had initiated a religious reform in close association with a Benedictine monk known as the Second Benedict, who was to have a lasting effect on the course of Christian monasticism. Born a Visigoth named Witika, he became a kind of born-again Benedictine after almost drowning during one of Charlemagne's campaigns, and afterwards renouncing his worldly affairs and possessions. Upon Louis's ascension to the imperial throne, his monastic reforms in Aquitaine would be extended to the entirety of the Carolingian Empire during a series of religious councils known as the Synods of Aachen. In accordance with the Benedictine rule, this series of proceedings laid down detailed precepts for monastic life and clarified the relationship between the crown and the church. This was more than mere moralizing. Charlemagne had presided over similar proceedings, which collectively facilitated the integration of newly conquered and unproselytized territories, most notably Saxony. It is a testament to this work of religious and cultural integration that in the 10th century, a Catholicized dynasty of Saxon origins would produce 4 Holy Roman emperors. But it was in the midst of these religious councils that an event took place which caused Louis to dramatically reconsider his priorities. On Holy Thursday, a commemoration of the time that Jesus washed the feet of his disciples, Louis and his entourage were crossing a wooden passageway that collapsed under their combined weight, nearly bringing the emperor's reign to an abrupt end. This brush with death seems to have caused Louis to get his affairs in order. Only 3 months later, he issued a succession plan that eventually became known as the Ordinatio Imperii. On paper, it seemed like an elegant solution to the Carolingian dilemma, squaring the Franks' cherished principle of partible inheritance with the new reality of their empire. It laid out the following. Louis, the youngest son, was to be sub-king of Bavaria and the adjoining marches. Pepin, the middle son, was to be sub-king of Aquitaine, as Louis the Pious had been. And lastly, Lothair, the eldest son, was to be co-emperor and heir to the imperial title, directly ruling over whatever lands were left. Furthermore, provisions were made in the event of a premature death in the family. If Louis or Pepin died, then each of them would be succeeded by an eldest son. If either lacked a suitable male heir, then their elder brother Lothair would inherit their kingdom instead. Lothair would be succeeded by his eldest son also, but in the event that he died childless, the people, meaning the aristocracy, were supposed to choose between his 2 younger sons, Pepin and Louis. Known to history as Louis the German, we will henceforth refer to him by his nickname to better distinguish between him and his father, Louis the Pious. Despite the contingency plans built into the Ordinatio Imperii, it had a couple of issues. The first related to the policy of sub-kings itself. As we have established, this was a novel and therefore ill-defined formula for imperial rule. Operating as a king of kings worked for Charlemagne due to his enormous prestige, gravitas, and because at the end of the day, he wielded not just imperial, but patriarchal authority. This last point bears repeating. Charlemagne, whose nickname at court was King David, was the father of each sub-king, and the idea of honoring thy father was by then an ancient and cherished one, dating at least as far back as the Old Testament. All that to say, it is easier and more natural to bend the knee to your father, as opposed to, say, a brother or a cousin. It remained an open question whether in the future, Lothair would be able to keep his brothers Pepin and Louis the German in check. The second issue with the plan was its omission of Louis the Pious's nephew, Bernard, who was at that time sub-king of Italy. Bernard's throne had been vouchsafed to him by Charlemagne himself, who had wrested it from the Lombards. This allowed Bernard to rule in peace, so long as he recognized Louis the Pious as his suzerain. However, such an arrangement was now called into question. Perhaps Bernard was expecting further allotments of land, or the distant prospect of subordination to his cousin Lothair rubbed him the wrong way. In any case, such concerns may have been stoked by an aristocracy dissatisfied with Louis the Pious's rule, and soon a rumor began that Bernard was toying with the idea of rebellion so that he could establish his independence. When this rumor reached the ears of Louis the Pious, he decided to nip the problem in the bud. However, before the emperor's army even arrived in Italy, Bernard crossed the Alps to negotiate, meeting his uncle in Chalon, a city of ancient Roman origins that stands in the eastern part of today's France. After this climactic encounter, Bernard was forced to appear at a show trial in Aachen, where he was found guilty of treason and sentenced to death. His other co-conspirators either tonsured, exiled, or blinded. In what was meant to be an act of clemency, Louis the Pious commuted Bernard's sentence to the last of these punishments, blinding, and the act was duly carried out using a red-hot dagger with a needle-like point. This was a habit of the Byzantine Empire, now co-opted by the Franks. Although it may seem inexplicably cruel, there were reasons for these kinds of reprisals. The long and short of it was that, by blinding somebody, you effectively stripped them of the ability to seize or maintain power, or at the very least to command an army in battle, often the primary method for doing those things. At the same time, since the frequent alternative to blinding was execution, this act was theoretically the humane thing to do. But only theoretically. Only 2 days after his eyes were plucked out, Bernard died of his injuries all the same. Borrowing the words of Talleyrand to describe an altogether different incident, we can say of Bernard's accidental execution that it was worse than a crime. It was a mistake. Think about the optics for a second. Here was a monarch busily enacting religious reforms and ruminating deeply about the relationship between emperor, pope, and God. And now this same monarch was a kinslayer. Resorting to the same tactic deployed at the start of his reign, Louis had 3 of his half-brothers, the illegitimate sons of Charlemagne, confined to monasteries, and on no pretext other than a concern about their loyalty to him in the wake of Bernard's murder. Yet by 821 AD, about 8 years into his reign, the emperor dramatically reversed course with an act that had neither precedent nor analogy. To make sense of it, we can turn to Rosamond McKitterick, a leading expert on the period, who said, quote, "In 817 AD, Louis showed no signs of the clemency and mercy for which he is praised by his biographers. But by 821, Louis emerges as a milder and rather more interesting personality, a man with a conscience. Louis then repented of his harshness 4 years before, pardoned many of the conspirators, and restored their possessions. Louis also made a public confession and did public penance for what he had done to his relatives, brothers, nephews, and cousins. The penance was compared with that of the Roman Emperor Theodosius by contemporaries, but Louis's penance this time was in fact voluntary rather than forced upon him. Ambrose had forced Theodosius to do penance. Evidently, by 821, Louis felt his position secure enough to permit him to be magnanimous. Yet the pardon extended to so many distant magnates, in light of subsequent events, was a serious mistake." End quote. Louis's penance happened at Attigny, in one of the imperial residences, some 150 in all, that the Carolingians cycled between. There, Pope Pascal I and a congregation of churchmen and nobles were all present to hear the emperor's plea for forgiveness. This penance played weak, something that Charlemagne probably would have predicted, skeptical as he was of accepting a crown from a pope, much less a chastisement. It is seriously hard to imagine Charlemagne ever being put in such a position, much less willingly subjecting himself to it. For all their similarities, there were clearly some differences between father and son. This is also apparent when one considers Louis's love life. Whereas Charlemagne's wives and concubines are almost too many to count, Louis seems to have been a devoted monogamist, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions. His first wife, who had been keenly involved in matters of state, had died only a few years earlier, and the loss seems to have genuinely affected the emperor. It may even have contributed to his decision to perform the penance at Attigny in the first place, with the death of the empress being seen as evidence of divine displeasure with his reign. Supposedly, Louis the Pious' advisors only convinced him to remarry after staging an elaborate bride show in the Palace of Aachen, where the realm's most eligible bachelorettes lined up with a chance to win the imperial tiara. Although this was a favored technique among the imperial families of Byzantium and later Moscow, the pageant was the only one of its kind recorded in the entire history of the Carolingians, and its veracity has therefore been called into question. Nonetheless, it's amusing to imagine this unsmiling and dour emperor taking part in the pageantry. Whether it took place or not, Louis the Pious soon found himself married to a beautiful noblewoman named Judith. She was a member of the Welf family, which was influential in the lands of Alemannia in southwestern Germany. It did not take long for Judith to assume an active position at court, just like the last empress had. Gradually, the Welf dynasty became even closer to the Carolingians, with Judith's sister marrying her stepson, Louis the German. In 823 AD, Judith gave birth to a son named Charles, who soon complicated Louis the Pious' succession plan. This is because, only a few years later, arrangements were made to grant the emperor's new son, Charles, the region of Alemannia, his mother's ancestral homeland, originally promised to the emperor's eldest son, Lothair. At this juncture, Lothair ruled as king of Italy, while his brothers Pepin and Louis the German ruled in Aquitaine and Bavaria, respectively. Banding together with a group of disenfranchised aristocrats, Lothair and Pepin conspired against their father and his controversial inner circle. This circle included the Empress Judith and Bernard of Septimania, one of Louis the Pious' chief advisors whose proximity to the emperor probably inspired a fair degree of jealousy. For his part, Lothair was probably motivated by a desire to become top dog, while Pepin may have been fed up with Louis's attempts to micromanage affairs in Aquitaine, the kingdom he had once ruled personally. In 830 AD, Pepin, with the blessing of his brother Lothair, sprung a sort of trap, capturing his father after his most recent and unsuccessful campaign in Brittany. Judith was also captured, and she was accused of having an affair with Bernard of Septimania, alleged to be the real father of Charles. It was the perfect storm, an alliance of convenience between ambitious sons and scheming nobles. But the burning question is, who was using who? In this instance, it seems like the nobility had pulled the strings, stirring up distrust between a father and his sons to achieve their own selfish ends. However, they would not be successful. Just when victory seemed certain, Louis the Pious gained the upper hand before Lothair could confer with his brothers about what to do with their father. After promising Pepin a greater share of the empire's territory, his father won him back to his side, and, for good measure, he similarly secured the loyalty of Louis the German, who had thus far sat out the rebellion. Within the next few months, Louis the Pious re-established control of the empire and reunited with Judith, who was found innocent of the charge of adultery leveled against her. Bernard, who had fled to his county seat in Barcelona, was also found innocent, but henceforth the imperial couple kept their distance from him. Now faced with the decision about what to do with his thwarted foes, Louis the Pious adopted a policy of clemency, pardoning his sons along with the rest of the conspirators. It was a largely bloodless victory, secured through the power of patriarchal diplomacy. But the victory was not to last, as the next rebellion broke out only 2 years later, precipitated by a dispute between Louis the Pious and his son Pepin. In his usual way, the emperor decided to act preemptively, mobilizing an army to deal with his unrepentant son, only to receive the news that this time Louis the German had turned against him as well, having been convinced by his brothers to raise an army of Slavs to assert control over the region of Alemannia. Meanwhile, in Italy, Lothair had already been scheming against his father, and so he inevitably threw his lot in with his brothers. This time, it seemed, Louis the Pious had gone too far. In 833 AD, a coalition spearheaded by Louis the Pious's 3 eldest sons marched north to confront the emperor on a Ferric plain in Alsace. They were joined by Pope Gregory IV, whose election had been unilaterally confirmed by Lothair. Although the Bishop of Rome was ostensibly there to mediate, Lothaire's past support meant that he had a horse in the race, which ironically put Louis the Pious, renowned for his devotion to the Christian faith, in danger of excommunication. A tense standoff ensued, and support for the emperor gradually wavered. After waking up one morning, he found that the majority of his followers had defected. Left with no recourse, Louis the Pious capitulated to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, his one condition that his wife and son's safety be guaranteed by the other side. The coalition duly accepted Louis's one term, placing Judith and Charles under house arrest and hauling the hapless emperor to the city of Soissons. Because of the duplicity that had taken place, the site of this encounter became known as the Field of Lies, the subject of countless legends in centuries to come. Historian Courtney M. Booker recounts one such legend, not entirely dissimilar to other German folktales, drawing on a motif known as Wildejagd. According to Booker, it was believed that, quote, God in his just anger cleaved the bowels of the earth and hurled those who were culpable into its foul depths. For centuries, the guilty, entire battalions of men, clad in iron, slumbered in the vast caverns beneath the plain. But occasionally, at certain hours of the night, these same ancient warriors awoke, rose to the surface, and toured the stretches of the Oxenfeld in Alsace, led at their vanguard by a certain Prince Charles. Those travelers unlucky enough to have chanced upon this phantom army told of being overcome by their plaintive cries of despair, macabre laments that ceased only upon reaching the outskirts of the haunted plain. End quote. 3 months after this fateful encounter, Louis the Pious was forced to perform a second public act of penance in a Benedictine monastery, the only precedent for such a humiliation ritual being the first occasion, which he had willingly subjected himself to. In front of an audience of clergy and nobles, including his eldest son, Lothair, who had spent the intervening summer months game hunting, Louis the Pious tearfully confessed to a long list of crimes, including violating the succession plan, mistreating his relatives, and disrupting the peace. Presiding over the proceedings was the Archbishop of Reims, who added to the betrayal of the emperor's sons by virtue of the fact that he had been a trusted advisor and childhood friend to Louis the Pious, only rising as far as he did because of him. Such details serve to highlight just how personal all of this was. Unlike the first rebellion, the second one saw Lothair, Pepin, and Louis the German unite together against their father, taking advantage of a dissatisfied segment of the nobility rather than the other way around. During the trial, the emperor had to answer not only for being a bad father to them, but also a bad son to the omnipresent Charlemagne, to whom he had vowed to protect the very family members he was so on guard against throughout his reign. Besides being a family affair, though, it was also a deeply religious one, overseen by a council of clergymen, including the aforementioned Archbishop of Reims. In fact, the whole ordeal was couched in the language of the Christian faith. The good, the bad, and the ugly sides of rulership were distilled into heavenly virtues and mortal sins, so that this act of penance effectively amounted to a formal abdication of power. Coming on the heels of the Pope's involvement at the Field of Lies, Louis the Pious's penance serves as an example of the Church subordinating the state, only a mere generation after Charlemagne's coronation in Rome, when the papacy had been wrapped around the emperor's thumb. Assuming the robes of a penitent, Louis the Pious was divested of his imperial raiments and belt of office, the Singula Militare, which, in the manner of ancient Roman officials, was emblematic of political and military authority. This act marked the moment that the emperor renounced any such authority, vowing to spend the rest of his days in search of salvation for himself and the people he had wronged. Traditionally, the abdication of Louis the Pious is seen as the beginning of the end of the Carolingian Empire, as its definitive crisis. But modern historians are less certain of that designation, mostly because of the plot twist that followed in less than a year, the defining deus ex machina moment of Louis's reign. Although attempts were made to convince the deposed emperor to become a monk, something that would have truly spelled the end of his political career, Louis the Pious held out just long enough for his sons to start squabbling with one another, something he could always count on them to do. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, a loyalist faction consisting of his half-brothers, sister-in-law, and various nobles hatched a scheme to place the rightful emperor back on his throne. As you will recall, Louis the Pious' sister-in-law was married to Louis the German, who was gradually swayed back to his father's side by a combination of his wife's entreaties and his older brother Lothaire's attempts to wring concessions from his siblings so as to shore up his authority over them. In a dramatic reversal of fate, Lothair soon found himself with no other choice but to submit to his father, publicly begging his forgiveness on hands and knees. The newly reinstated emperor was not finished yet, though. After being publicly exonerated by his former friend and advisor, the Archbishop of Reims, Louis had him deposed by a council of his peers. Yet when it came to his son's lands and titles, Louis stayed his hand. Each son was spared and allowed to continue ruling his respective kingdom. Clearly, Louis was a man who loved his children, perhaps to a fault. Still, over the next few years, the emperor began to show a preference for the youngest of his brood, Charles. As of yet, Charles had been too young to rebel against his father, and he would be the only one of his brothers not to do so in the years to come. Following the death of Pepin, who had ruled in Aquitaine, the nobility of that kingdom expected the throne to pass to his son in turn, Pepin II. This was Louis the Pious' grandson, but he opted to disregard him in favor of Charles, to whom he conferred the crown of Aquitaine. This displeased Lothair, but to satisfy his eldest son and heir, the emperor added to his territories as well. However, he took no such measures in the case of Louis the German, who understandably felt undermined. This led to the final rebellion of Louis the Pious' reign, but because Louis the German acted unilaterally, failing to gain the support of his brothers, it was less serious than the last rebellion. Leading an army into Alemannia, as he had done in the past, the emperor's wayward son was ultimately stymied and forced to return to Bavaria. By now, the embattled Louis the Pious was in his 60s, and much like his overactive father at that age, his health began to decline. In 840 AD, after retiring to an island in the Rhine River near the famous palace at Ingelheim, the emperor passed from this life to the next. Much to the surprise of those who were with him in his final moments, this unsmiling emperor died laughing. His final acts included pardoning Louis the German for his latest transgression and reconfirming Lothair as successor to the imperial throne. Now it would be seen whether the authority of the eldest sibling could approximate that of the father. But that is a story for another time. For now, it's worth reassessing the reign of Louis the Pious. Despite the rebellions that broke out from 829 to 840 AD, set off by the combination of ambitious sons, conspiring aristocrats, and discontented subject populations, a lot of things actually did get done. Although much has been made of the written output of Charlemagne's administration, it equated to only 1/5 of that produced under the reign of Louis the Pious. In total, something like 500 charters, capitularies, and other administrative documents were churned out during this period, an average of 19 per year. Many of these charters were drafted by the imperial chancery, a revived Roman-era office that, in this period, came to oversee a legion of scribes writing in the famed Tyronian shorthand. Besides charters, there were the imperial ordinances known as capitularies, which get their name from the capitulae, or chapters that they were subdivided into. These were a holdover from Merovingian times, although the Frankish kings of that era could never have envisioned the scale and scope of these later decrees. which were further distinguished by the elegant use of a Latin script known as Carolingian minuscule. Many capitularies were used to flesh out Louis the Pious's concept of the ministerium, or ministry. This is how he saw his realm. It was to him not merely a Christian empire, but rather the Christian empire. This, in theory, afforded the emperor great power, but also great responsibility, more than he alone could bear. That is why the administration of the Christian empire was conceived as a joint venture between the emperor and the office holders who answer to him, such as the counts, bishops, and missi dominici, meaning envoys of the Lord. This latter office was another Merovingian holdover, and would not survive into the High Middle Ages due to the breakdown of centralized authority. Many of the aforementioned capitularies were used to delineate the responsibilities of these imperial inspectors, who essentially acted as a check on the counts. Within the concept of Louis the Pious's ministerium lurked the seeds of his two acts of penance. By agreeing to share power and linking its exercise to responsibility, it became possible to depose the emperor if he failed in his obligations to God and the Christian faithful. But even if such charges had been leveled at Louis the Pious during his forced act of penance, the truth is that they are unfair. The emperor took his obligations seriously, and for all the rebellions mounted against him by his sons, he did his solemn best to keep the peace. Because of the empire's size, this was not an easy task. At various times, Louis the Pious had to contend with the Basques, Bretons, Slavs, Danes, and other frontier groups who his rebellious sons sometimes mobilized against him. Owing to hindsight, the tribal Danes are the best remembered, the founders of the Kingdom of Denmark, or Danish March. At this time, this tribal people did not speak Danish, but Old Norse, like their northern counterparts, the tribal Swedes and Norwegians. Together, they are better known as the dreaded Norsemen, an ethno-linguistic catch-all term for the different tribes and clans of Scandinavia, used interchangeably, if loosely, with the term Viking. Being that the Norse were a Germanic people, there was a distant link between them, the Saxons, and the Franks. Judging from their augmentation of the Danework, a system of defensive fortifications in the modern German state of Schleswig-Holstein, the Norse were on the back foot against the encroachment of Christianity, especially with Charlemagne's conquest of Saxony. In effect, Scandinavia developed into a kind of final holdout for Germanic beliefs and practices, the last of the dark places of Europe. Despite that, or perhaps because of it, the Norse would not go down easy. Before Scandinavia was Christianized, its seafaring inhabitants would become infamous for wreaking havoc across Europe, playing a leading role in the story of the decline and fall of the Carolingian Empire. However, these were still the early chapters of the Viking Age, which we take a passing interest in, chiefly because Louis the Pious's exploits against the Norsemen belie popular perceptions about him and the Vikings alike. After successfully intervening in a Danish power struggle, Louis the Pious enthroned a certain Harold Clapp, who accepted baptism at the Carolingian Palace of Ingelheim and allowed Frankish missionaries to make the journey north to gain new converts. One such missionary wrote back home to express his genuine concern about the dog-headed men he might encounter in Denmark. But since it was known that the Danes sowed crops, raised animals, and erected settlements, the abbot writing back to his missionary friend deduced that they must surely have souls, and so were worth saving. This underscores just how little was known about the Danes and other Scandinavian peoples at this time, despite their longtime participation in the North Sea trade that the Franks also actively took part in. But as the Norsemen began to accumulate riches with progressively bloodier methods, they went from irrelevant to infamous. As such, the unprecedented collaboration between Louis the Pious and the Danish King Harold served as a sort of template for future dealings with the Norsemen. The emperor's inroads with the Danes were compounded by those he made with other frontier peoples who threatened the stability of the realm. By and large, these groups had been conquered under the reign of Charlemagne, but their loyalty required constant reminders about who was in charge. Between having to deal with these groups and his fractious sons, the reign of Louis the Pious confirmed the end of a long period of Frankish expansion, a process that had already begun with the twilight years of Charlemagne. Compared to his father, Louis the Pious ruled in a more sedentary way, not clocking in nearly as many miles or as many military victories. However, maintaining the territorial integrity of the empire until his death was no mean feat. Therefore, it would not be right to reduce Louis the Pious into a mere foil to his colossal father, nor to depict him as a tragic character who doomed the empire by his goodness and indecision. To be sure, moments of goodness and indecision played their part in the story, but at other times, the kaleidoscopic reign of Louis the Pious offers glimpses of a character more in keeping with a Charlemagne or Clovis. Seven years earlier, there had come a brief moment when Lothair succeeded in taking control of the empire from his father, Louis the Pious. But he had overreached, and his brothers made it clear that they were not willing to be his junior partners. Now, history repeated itself, with Louis the German and Charles the Bald banding together to oppose their older brother. Yet, the authors of the definitive book on the period, the Carolingian world, warn us against the notion that the conflict was inevitable. They said, quote, "The civil war of 840 to 843 resulted from fraternal suspicions and ambitions which had simmered throughout the 830s and now erupted unrestrained by any consensus on how power should be divided between members of the dynasty. The lack of consensus was not inevitable. Brothers, even royal brothers, do sometimes get on with each other, but the preconditions for discord had been created by the actions of the aging Louis the Pious himself. Driven by Louis's desire to carve out a kingdom for Charles the Bald, as well as his periodic need to punish his other sons for their contumacy, i.e. disobedience, by restricting their future share in power and territory, no fewer than 5 imperial division plans were promulgated between 829 and 839. End quote. It's worth adding that Louis the Pious's elevation of Charles the Bald meant that Lothair was joined by his nephew Pepin II. Since Pepin had been passed over as King of Aquitaine in favor of Charles, he saw the conflict as the golden ticket to claiming his birthright. For the next 3 years, this fratricidal conflict raged on, but its most decisive engagement came in its first phase. In 841 AD, the pivotal Battle of Fontenoy was fought, and it would haunt the Frankish psyche for decades to come. All 4 Carolingian claimants were present at the battlefield, and given the considerable human cost incurred, each of them was lucky to be able to walk away from it. The outcome was a Pyrrhic victory for the little brothers, Louis the German and Charles the Bald. Though we lack reliable estimates about the number of combatants and casualties, it is safe to say that the event was virtually unprecedented in these respects. That is, if contemporary reactions to the battle are any indication. Fighting on the side of Lothair, a Frankish warrior poet called Engelbert composed the following elegy, quote, "When in the earliest morning dawn cleaved the horrors of night, that was not the day of the Sabbath, but the cauldron of Saturn. The wicked demon rejoices in the breaking of peace among brothers. The hubbub of war resounds, a terrible battle arises on all sides. Brothers prepare death for brothers, uncles for their nephews, nor do sons do their duty to their fathers. There had been no worse massacre on the field of battle. Christian law is violated. Blood flows in waves, and in hell the maw of Cerberus opens with glee. The hand of Almighty God protected Lothair, who himself put up a valiant struggle. Had the rest fought like him, swift victory would have been won. But even as Judas once betrayed the Savior, so, sire, your generals abandon you in the struggle. Be careful, lest you be deceived like the lamb before the wolf." Fontenoy is the name that peasants give to the spring and village where Frankish blood was shed in slaughter and destruction. fields shudder, the woods shudder, the marshes shudder. May neither dew nor showers nor rain fall on that meadow on which mighty men, seasoned warriors, were laid low and wept for by fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and friends." End quote. This was a masterpiece of the Carolingian Renaissance, produced in Latin and fusing stylistic and mythological elements from Greco-Roman, Germanic, and biblical traditions alike. In other words, it was a piece that only a Frank could then create, with the right inspiration, of course. Such pitched battles as Fontenoy were rare in this era, and those that pitted Franks against one another were rarer still. Most dynastic disputes were resolved through the threat of violence as opposed to the bare and naked use of it. Fontenoy was different, and in its aftermath the desperate and defeated Lothair turned to plundering undefended settlements like some scraggly Alsatian cur sniffing for scraps. Lothair was someone who was willing to use anything and anybody to get what he wanted. He had demonstrated as much in his struggles against his father, and now he did so again by lending his support to the Stillinga uprising in Saxony. Their name translating to companions in Old Saxon, the Stillinga were hell-bent on reclaiming the rights and privileges that they enjoyed prior to Charlemagne's conquest of their homeland. Remarkably, the Stillinga uprising was the only popular revolt recorded in Europe between the 6th and 10th centuries. The key word is popular, meaning a revolt undertaken by the common people for a common purpose, in contrast to the many rebellions mounted in support of one pretender claimant or another. While the last such resistance movement was a 6th century tax riot against the Merovingians, the next one occurred under circumstances not dissimilar to those of the Stillinga, when, in the 10th century, the Ottonians were Christianizing the lands beyond the Elbe. The irony is that the Ottonian dynasty had Saxon origins, but that is a story for another time. For now, it suffices to say that popular revolts did not have a good track record in the Middle Ages. The Stillinga were summarily crushed by Louis the German, who had their ringleaders rounded up and executed before the rest of them were turned over to his aristocratic Saxon collaborators. In the summer of 843 AD, the Carolingians finally declared a truce, culminating in the so-called birth certificate of Europe, the Treaty of Verdun. This treaty confirmed the trifold division of the empire, and each constituent part, or kingdom, was now christened with a new name. Charles the Bald's kingdom became known as West Francia, roughly corresponding to the country of France. Louis the German's kingdom became East Francia, equating to, you guessed it, Germany. And lastly, Lothair's kingdom became Middle Francia, a future battleground for these same nations. Out of all the Carolingian claimants, Pepin II, the nephew of the three brothers, fared the worst. Although he was initially allowed to rule parts of Aquitaine under Charles the Bald, he would later be snipped out of the family picture completely. In a striking turn of events, reminiscent of Uhtred of Bebbanburg, Pepin II adopted the ways and practices of the Norse after escaping from a monastery that he was exiled to. It's safe to say that after that stunt, he wasn't invited to any more Carolingian family Christmases. With the conclusion of the Treaty of Verdun, Lothair remained emperor only in name, and the concept of Frankish sub-kingdoms was laid to rest. In addition to getting a new name, each successor kingdom also got its sovereignty, though the idea of a Carolingian empire was kept alive. This outcome was the culmination of a trend that began with Louis the Pious, under whose reign the imperial inspectors known as missi dominici had already stopped being sent to the increasingly autonomous sub-kingdoms. In each of these kingdoms, one of the emperor's sons ruled, enmeshed in a web of his own palaces, estates, and local connections, with these woven together through marriage alliances and the distribution of privileges and benefices. Unlike the emperors of ancient Rome, the emperors of Aachen had no professional standing army. Thus, the delegation of authority to blood-related sub-kings was a natural response to the Carolingian Empire's size. But even so, the system was known to backfire. Each time that Louis the Pious meddled in the affairs of one of his son's kingdoms, he ran the risk of provoking another rebellion. This is because Carolingian kings and aristocrats alike were self-interested. The kings longed for more autonomy, or for that ultimate prize, Charlemagne's crown, while the aristocrats longed for additional privileges, estates, and access to the man who could give them these things. In most regions, that man was no longer the emperor, but the king, so most aristocrats became royal dependents. This was a time in flux, when the feudal playbook was only just starting to be written, so the aristocrats of the empire were called a wide variety of names. Names like Fideles, the faithful, Potentes, the powerful, Illustres, the illustrious, Proceres, the near, and Vassi Dominici, the servants of the Lord. These names were used alongside more formalized titles of office, such as dux for duke, comes for count, and marchio for marcher lord. Needless to say, these names carried the germ of feudalism, but there were nonetheless a couple of key distinctions between the aristocrats of this period and the later Middle Ages. First of all, Carolingian vassi, even those referred to as comites or counts, did not always hold land. Some spent almost the entirety of their lives in the orbit of the Carolingian family, only departing from their side to carry out ad hoc missions on their behalf. Secondly, as pertains to those who did hold land, the estates under their control were benefices, not fiefs. Technically, these were not hereditary possessions, but as the 9th century progressed, a kind of ossification took place. In imperceptible degrees, benefices became fiefs, and it became almost impossible to dislodge counts and dukes from their ancestral holdings. In truth, this process may have begun even earlier than that. Recently, scholars have shed light on the many continuities linking the Merovingian period to the Carolingian one, the composition of the nobility foremost among them. Traditionally, it was thought that the Carolingians wiped the slate clean, forging a new aristocratic order out of the mounted warriors who won them their great victories, a straightforward exchange of military service for lands and titles. While there were surely examples of this, it is now believed that more than a few Merovingian-era families succeeded in clutching onto power despite the change in Frankian ownership, a Dark Age version of the rich getting richer. The traditional explanation can also be squared with the new one, in the sense that furnishing oneself with a horse and armor was not something just anyone could do. It required considerable wealth and training to fight on horseback, as evidenced by the sort of maneuvers on display at the war games staged by Louis the German and Charles the Bald. One of their favorites was the medieval equivalent of chicken, with two horsemen racing toward one another at full speed before pivoting last minute to avoid a collision. This new understanding of the Carolingian aristocracy helps explain why Charlemagne's family went to such great lengths to justify their assumption of power from the deposed Merovingians. In effect, Charlemagne's establishment of an empire may have had much to do with simply proving to all the Franks why his family deserved to be on top. It is a testament to this family's success that for almost the entire 9th century, every outbreak of Frankish rebellion equated to a dynastic struggle. That is, no malcontent faction in any corner of the Carolingian kingdoms dared to suggest placing someone other than a descendant of Charlemagne on the throne. Compared to Louis the Pious's Ordinatio Imperii, with its insistence on an imperial overlord, the new status quo that developed after the Treaty of Verdun surprisingly proved to be more stable than what preceded it. While this new system did not preclude further conflict altogether, the Carolingians experienced nothing like the bloodletting at Fontenoy, at least for a while. One mechanism used to promote fraternal harmony was the series of summits that each Carolingian king regularly attended, during which disputes were addressed, compromises struck, and new treaties and capitularies drawn up. Between 843 and 887 AD, something like 70 summits were held. One of these summits, taking place in 847 AD, took the tone of a family therapy session. It was called to order in the following way, quote, "Concerning the peace, concord, and harmony of the three brother kings, that they should be united by true and not false bonds of love." End quote. That same year, Lothair wondered aloud about what devil had gotten into him and his brothers in the preceding decade to have made them behave so viciously to their father and to each other. As of now, it seemed that devil had been exorcised. But make no mistake, these were the same sly foxes as before, only now they had to play by the rules of a more subtle game. Its prize was the same one it had always been, and the remaining chapters of this family saga furnish us with plenty of examples of intrigue and intimidation being used in pursuit of that prize. The truth is that neither Lothair nor any of Louis the Pious' successors definitively gave up on the aspiration to recreate Charlemagne's empire, not just in spirit, but in the flesh. In Middle Francia, Lothair ruled for the next 12 years as the nominal emperor, the territorial integrity of his kingdom undermined by the Alps which cleaved Middle Francia in two. That is why Lothair left the governance of Italy to his son Louis, known as Louis the Younger. Crowned as co-emperor and king of Italy by the Pope in Rome, Louis the Younger's reign would coincide with fresh Saracen incursions into Italy, which reached as far north as the Eternal City itself. Although much is made of the era's Viking raids, those undertaken by Saracens were also a growing concern. The term Saracens was at this time a kind of catch-all term for Muslims, in this case, those who came from North Africa. In 846 AD, Rome was spared another sack by the Aurelian Walls, which single-handedly prevented these Muslim raiders from inflicting a humiliating defeat on the very epicenter of the Christian world. In the wake of this raid, the Saracens unfortunate enough to be captured were forced into manual labor, ironically taking part in the construction of the Leonine Walls. These walls were the latest fixture to Rome's system of defensive fortifications, indicating that the successors to St. Peter had learned their lesson. They could no longer count on a Carolingian to save them. Nonetheless, the event prompted an aging Lothair to belatedly head to Italy, the last time he would do so. In his defense, he had been preoccupied with putting down a revolt in the nearby region of Provence, all while the Vikings raided his lands in Frisia. Clearly, things couldn't go on this way. In 855 AD, Lothair approached death at almost precisely the same age as his father, Louis the Pious, and he declared that his lands were to be divided 3 ways between his sons, thereby dissolving the unwieldy kingdom of Middle Francia. In addition to being nominal emperor, his eldest son Louis the Younger would be king of Italy, while Lothair's younger sons Lothair II and Charles would split his remaining lands between them. Charles, also known as Charles of Provence, died early, and his lands were further subdivided between the 2 brothers. Since he was only a child when he had ascended to the throne, reigning for not quite 10 years, Charles of Provence is not remembered for much. A regent ruled in his name, and despite the kingdom's southerly position, it became the target of Viking raids. This because the Norse were capable of navigating not just the open sea, but rivers also. The drafts of their longboats were shallow, enabling them to operate with an unprecedented degree of mobility even in the guts of the Carolingian Empire. By comparison to Charles of Provence, Lothair II's reign was a more memorable one. He ruled over a kingdom that did not yet have a proper name, though it eponymously came to be called Lotharingia. The lands of this kingdom were the ancestral power base of the Carolingian family, encompassing the vaunted city of Aachen. This aroused the old feelings of envy and avarice in his uncles Charles the Bald and Louis the German, both of whom sought to add their nephew's territories to their own. On top of that, Lothair II had marriage problems. His wife, who had the wonderfully Germanic name Tutberga, was unable to bear him children. It was a dilemma that was to recur time and time again during the Middle Ages, when monogamy became an unswerving European norm. Unlike past Frankish rulers, Lothair II could not simply take another wife or concubine to produce an heir. Times had changed. Even Lothair II's great-grandfather, Charlemagne, had to abide by this new standard, passing over his illegitimate male children and entrusting the realm in its entirety to the safekeeping of Louis the Pious. But Lothair II did have a mistress named Waldrada, who had already borne him children, so he made the annulment of his marriage his primary objective. After accusing his wife Tutberga of sodomy, abortion, conception through witchcraft, and for good measure, incest with her brother, Lothair II cruelly subjected her to a trial by ordeal, the medieval world's euphemism of choice for torture. In an age that predated modern judges and juries, trials by ordeal were used to determine innocence and hinged on the concept of divine intercession. Some involved straightforward duels to the death, while others incorporated the natural elements, namely water and fire. Depending on the occasion, the accused might be doused with boiling oil, submerged underwater inside a barrel, or forced to walk over hot coals. Sometimes, defendant and plaintiff alike participated in the ordeal. They might, for example, be instructed to make the shape of a cross with their arms, and the fate of the accused was determined based on which of these two parties could hold the position longer. Although there were attempts by Louis the Pious to abrogate the use of these trials, they would become a permanent fixture of the Middle Ages. In the case of Lothair II's wife, Thudberga, she was made to undergo a trial by boiling water. And after surviving the ordeal, she was proven innocent and allowed to walk away from it a free woman. Unsatisfied with God's judgment, Lothair II made a number of concessions to his relatives with the hope that they would acknowledge his children by Waldrada as the legitimate heirs to his lands and titles. For her own safety, Thudberga appealed to the Pope and took refuge in the court of her husband's uncle, Charles the Bald. Lothair II's marriage was consequently reconfirmed, and he was threatened with excommunication should he disobey. The next pope proved more pliable, and after Lothair II made a trip to see him, it looked like his marriage annulment would finally be granted. But on his way back home, Lothair II suddenly became ill and died. The Italian summer had bested him in a trial by fever. Because Lothair's children by Waldrada were considered illegitimate, his uncles Charles the Bald and Louis the German swooped down on his lands like two hyenas splitting the carcass of a bison. The result was the 870 AD Treaty of Meissen, the third major partition of the Carolingian Empire. Because Lothair II's brother, Louis the Younger, had been preoccupied with wresting control of southern Italy from the Saracens, he missed his shot to get a piece of Lotharingia for himself. Interestingly, there had come a moment during his conquest of southern Italy that the nominal emperor Louis was brought into contact with the Byzantine emperor, that other claimant to the legacy of ancient Rome. Because the Carolingian Empire was lacking in the way of a navy, Louis the Younger received a small fleet of ships from the curiously self-made emperor, Basil II. These ships aided in his conquest of the city of Bari, after which time the Byzantine emperor could not resist taking a jab at the moribund state of the Carolingian Empire, probably because he was annoyed with Louis the Younger's insistence on using the title Emperor of the Romans, something Charlemagne had been more tactful about. In response to the Byzantine emperor's diplomatic rebuke, Louis the Younger argued that the Carolingian Empire was in fact alive and well. His argument rested on the fact that each successor kingdom was still ruled by one of Charlemagne's descendants. This at a time when the ruler of the Byzantine Empire had no such illustrious ancestors to speak of. The rest of Louis the Younger's reign was spent following up on his successes against the Saracens and dealing with a turbulent noble based in Benevento. It was there that the emperor was treacherously imprisoned, released only on the condition that he never returned to take his revenge. The emperor had no choice but to honor this condition, another indication of the rising power of the aristocracy. In 875 AD, Louis the Younger died, survived by a daughter who, under Salic law, was not allowed to inherit the throne. As such, preparations had been made to hand the Kingdom of Italy to his cousin, Charlemagne, the battle-tested son of Louis the German. But due to the last-minute intervention of Charles the Bald, this was not to be. After sweeping into Italy at the head of an army, the youngest of Louis the Pious' sons asserted control over the region and assumed the imperial crown. This was a considerable achievement, especially in light of the precarious position occupied by Charles the Bald at the start of his reign. Compared to his older brothers, who had been long established in their respective realms, Charles the Bald had assumed power in the westernmost portion of the empire with little in the way of local connections or political clout. As king of West Francia, Charles the Bald had to grapple with an ascendant aristocracy, repeated rebellions, rival claimants, and increasingly frequent Viking raids. After mounting an unsuccessful expedition into the untamed region of Brittany, Charles was cowed into issuing a capitulary that made significant concessions to the clergy and nobility, who were becoming increasingly entrenched in their holdings. At a time when West Francia most needed a warrior king, Charles the Bald failed to deliver. Very much his father's son in these respects, he was more interested in studying theology, hagiography, and his family's history, even if his court was not nearly as brainy as Charlemagne's. In reading accounts of Charles the Bald's reign, one wonders how the old-timers would have fared if either of his namesakes had been in his shoes. They have turned things around. Given the intense interest Charles took in his family's past, he no doubt asked the same question. But like with his father, we can say of Charles the Bald that he did his best. After the Vikings besieged Bordeaux in 847 AD, then under the control of Charles' nephew Pepin, the king's arrival in the region allowed him to consolidate his control over it. In times as turbulent as these, one problem could often be used to solve another. That said, the Viking problem was fast becoming an intractable one. More than any other Carolingian kingdom, West Francia faced the brunt of the storm, even while it was mired in civil strife. There was this consolation, though. The Vikings had come to raid, not to settle. They had no grand designs to topple kingdoms or to dislodge the Franks from their homes. For the most part, they were chiefly interested in taking their loot and bringing it back to Scandinavia, where they waged their own power struggles. In a word, the Norse could be bought off or otherwise reasoned with, something known even during Louis the Pious's reign. That is not to say that they were, in the words of one satirical description, long-haired tourists who sometimes roughed up the locals. The Vikings were a terrifying bunch, and it came as an alarming development when they graduated from looting monasteries and emporia to sacking cities wholesale. Though they had not come to settle, the Vikings raiding Francia gradually extended their stays, wintering near their raiding destinations while taking advantage of the fact that the Franks were no longer the all-season campaigners that they used to be. In 845 AD, under the leadership of a certain Ragnar, who has been linked to the saga character Ragnar Lothbrok, the Vikings infamously sacked the city of Paris. In a breathtaking display of audacity, they held an entire city captive until Charles the Bald agreed to pay their ransom. 7,000 livres, the equivalent of 5,670 pounds, or 2,570 kilograms of precious metals. This was the first of a long series of such tributary payments. In total, the tribute rendered to the Vikings by the Franks amounted to tens of thousands of pounds of gold and silver, to say nothing of what was pillaged. Europe had a new breed of apex raiders. Accumulating such vast sums of tribute required Charles the Bald to use all his gifts in diplomacy and stewardship. Inevitably, he had to turn to the malcontent nobles of his realm to help foot the bill, much to their annoyance. In 858 AD, Charles the Bald's unpopularity was such that he was nearly dethroned by his brother, Louis the German, who made multiple attempts to take control of West Francia. The events of the following year probably didn't help Charles' case, when the common people living along the Seine and Loire got sick and tired of the non-stop Viking raids. A group of them banded together to resist the Norsemen. Though they proved successful against the Vikings, they had less luck with their countrymen. The Frankish annals tell us that these brave commoners were summarily slain by the more powerful people, referring to the aristocracy. It is difficult to say whether this was done in accordance with the king's wishes, but either way, it is a blot on his reign. That being said, in the last 2 decades of his rule, Charles cuts a more formidable figure, even if his policy of tributary payments continued and his designs on Lotharingia and Provence were only partly successful. Something like 500 administrative documents survive from the reign of Charles the Bald, dwarfing the output of most of his relatives. Clocking in at an average of 15 per year, it was a pace just short of Louis the Pious's. In perhaps the most famous of his capitularies, Charles the Bald ordered the organization of a cavalry division, the construction of fortified river bridges, and the prohibition of horse and weapon sales to the Norse. The topic of Frankish arms had already been an object of concern to Charlemagne, who at one point outright banned the export of weapons and armor. Amid the rampant violence of the 9th century, the swords, axes, and mail armor produced by the Franks were second to none, enabled by large-scale iron production and a sophisticated web of workshops, some of which were located in the monasteries. By the close of the century, there were even brand names for certain Frankish swords. But even in this time of incessant conflict, Charles the Bald's attention extended beyond the military sphere to matters like coinage, estate management, and weights and measures. Once again, these were reforms reminiscent of those enacted by Charlemagne, not excluding a potentially counterproductive one, the forced demolition of unauthorized fortifications. It has convincingly been argued that this was a long-running habit of the Carolingians, who either willfully neglected or outright destroyed the forts dotting the empire's countryside, especially in those untamed parts of the empire that had rebelled against them. The age of the Vikings laid bare the insidious effects of this policy, with the unfortified countryside being much easier to raid than it otherwise would have been. Over time, the Frankish nobles seem to have flouted any such policy, erecting forts and castles to protect themselves and their people from the Vikings and other threats. This observation fits hand in glove with the trend toward decentralization taking place in West Francia and elsewhere, a trend that culminated in the development of feudalism. However, in the case of Charles the Bald, it has recently been argued that his demolition orders referred not to permanent strongholds, but rather temporary field fortifications, chipping away at the traditional narrative. In any case, none of this meant that the King of West Francia ruled unopposed in the last 2 decades of his reign. In a callous act that echoed his father's most infamous deed, Charles the Bald had his own son, Carloman, blinded after a failed rebellion. Charles knew well what sort of backlash his father had faced for blinding a nephew. The fact he took such drastic action anyway suggests his youngest son, Carloman, was a serious threat to his rule. The rebellion had been Carloman's last-ditch attempt to gain secular authority after he was tonsured at the age of just 5, an early precautionary measure that proved fruitless. We now reach the twilight years of Charles the Bald's reign, and the events that followed proceeded at a breathless pace. Following the death of Louis the Younger in the year 875 AD, Charles successfully asserted control over Italy, and with it, the empire. But since his older brother Louis the German still ruled East Francia, Charles' control over the empire was only nominal. Soon, Charles declared his intention to renew the empire of the Franks and the Romans, and this seems to have provoked Louis the German to invade West Francia. But this invasion was unsuccessful, and by 876 AD, Louis the German was dead. This made Charles the Bald the last surviving son of Louis the Pious. After his brother's death, Charles was closer than ever to restoring the empire, taking the fight to the last remaining holdout, East Francia, only to be thwarted by Louis's sons at the Battle of Andernach. This was a battle on the scale of Fontenoy. Had Charles the Bald been successful, it would have been the first time since 840 AD that the empire was reunited in its entirety. In the event, the defeated emperor set his sights on Italy after the Pope in Rome, not quite giving up on the chimera of a swashbuckling Carolingian savior, asked for his aid against the ever-encroaching Saracens. Then, suddenly, in the year 877 AD, Charles the Bald drew his last breath in the crisp alpine air of Mont-Cenis, the very same mountain passage crossed and recrossed by Pepin the Short and Charlemagne alike. Now West Francia passed to Charles' eldest son, Louis the Stammerer, while Italy went to Carloman, not Carloman the blinded son of Charles the Bald, but Carloman of Bavaria, the eldest of Louis the German's sons. You may recall that it was Carloman who had been set to inherit Italy in the first place, until his uncle Charles the Bald swooped in and claimed the kingdom for himself. Many years ago, as a mere teenager, Carloman had fought beside his uncle and his father when they had been united against their older brother Lothair I. This had been the start of an impressive military career for Carloman, who later earned the nickname Bellicosissimus, meaning most warlike, or in the modern translation of historian Eric Goldberg, real ass-kicker. But Carloman was soon forced to grapple with the fact that even ass-kickers get old. Within 2 years, the 50-something Carloman suffered a stroke that rendered him unable to speak. Though he possessed an erudition that enabled him to fluently communicate through the written word, Carloman was forced to vacate power all the same, dying shortly afterward. His 2 kingdoms went to his brothers, Bavaria to Louis III, also known as Louis the Saxon, and Italy to Charles III, ignominiously known as Charles the Fat. Neither Louis the Saxon nor Charles the Fat had been named a king during the lifetime of their father, although each acted like one. The authors of the Carolingian world explain why this was, saying, quote, "Just as Charles the Bald had come up with a novel measure to minimize the inherent dangers of dynastic politics, the tonsuring of Carloman, so Louis the German improvised to prevent rebellions by refusing to crown his sons as kings." Louis and Charles were poachers turned gamekeepers, whose memories of the 830s made them wise to the ambitions of their own sons. Unfortunately for them, such constitutional niceties did not carry decisive weight. A century of Carolingian history had taught the sons of kings that they were kings themselves, whether they were given the title formally or not. End quote. Louis the German had undermined this half-hearted policy by giving his sons command over armies and territories in his realm, and these they used to repeatedly mount rebellions against their father. In case you're thinking that Louis could have circumvented such a problem by keeping his sons away from the reins of power altogether, consider the instructive example of Charles the Bald's tonsured son, Carloman. His confinement in a monastery had done nothing to prevent the outbreak of a rebellion in his name. Additionally, there were the realities of time and space. Though the Carolingian realm had fractured multiple times since the death of Louis the Pious, its successor kingdoms still tended to be too large for any one man to rule alone. Unlike the Romans and the British, the Franks did not have an empire with a clearly defined core periphery system. Aachen was no Constantinople or Baghdad, and after Louis the Pious, it traded hands frequently. Instead of a glittering seat of government, the Carolingian kings had an expansive real estate portfolio, their system of palaces, estates, and monasteries enabling frequent circuits around their respective realms. Louis the German was a prime exemplar of this type of itinerant ruler, traversing almost 1,000 miles during a marathon 3-month span of his reign. This period was spent arbitrating quarrels and holding assemblies, along with a healthy dose of game hunts and feasts, of course. But such a pace was not usually sustainable in the pre-modern era. That is why Carolingian kings needed trusted lieutenants who could act as their eyes and ears in the countryside, and the task fell most naturally to sons. Even if these sons were claimants to the throne and could mount rebellions by drawing on regional connections, populations, and resources, the calculus for a Carolingian ruler was pretty straightforward. Without a standing army, the only real alternative to supervising such a vast empire was giving chunks of it to non-relatives, which would have proved an existential risk to the Carolingians, conscious as they were of what their ancestors had done to the Merovingians. That is why we see the same cycle of rebellion, contrition, and piecemeal succession taking place in East Francia as elsewhere. After one failed rebellion, Charles the Fat unbuckled his belt of power in a display we know well by now, throwing it on the ground in a bid to gain his father's clemency, which he knew he would receive. Clearly, Charles the Fat was already a keen practitioner of the game, and the same is true of his brother Louis the Saxon. Both of them had cut their teeth fighting not just against their father, but alongside and independently of him against frontier peoples like the Danes, Saxons, and Slavs, against whom East Francia scored notable successes. This was the part of the Carolingian Empire most intimately connected to the newly revived European slave trade, which now hinged on the importation of Slavic peoples to the Byzantine and Islamic worlds. The Venetians, whose floating city passed back and forth between the nominal control of the Byzantines and the Franks, acted as the intermediaries in this intercontinental human trafficking operation. More than that, though, Venice was becoming a kind of intake valve for exotic luxuries trickling into Europe, fueling an incipient culture of conspicuous consumption among the Frankish nobility and clergy. There is even a story about a Frankish bishop who paid a whopping 3 pounds of silver for a spiced-up mouse, under the mistaken belief that this was some sort of oriental specialty dish. East Francia is sometimes seen as the most backwards of the Carolingian successor kingdoms, partly for the reasons I have mentioned already, and partly because of its lack of capitularies. While it's true that its western counterparts had a more literate administrative culture, the rulers and officials of this easternmost Carolingian possession could nonetheless read and write in Latin. Furthermore, during the reign of Louis the German alone, something like 170 documents and charters were produced, even if capitularies were not among these. Instead, imperial ordinances were expressed verbally, and this did not preclude administrative efficiency. The silver coins minted in East Francia are testament to this, weighing exactly 1.67 grams apiece, the precise monetary standard imposed by Charlemagne. We can turn to the authors of the Carolingian world a final time to reassess the last half-century. They wrote, quote, "Division and subdivision of territory, escalating internal conflict, ever weaker leadership in the face of Viking invasion, increasingly autonomous aristocratic power, and rising disillusionment with the ruling dynasty are the notes which form the baseline in this version of history. Posterity has therefore seen in the years 840 to 888 not the high period of the Carolingian Empire, but rather the birth pangs of nascent kingdom nations such as France and Germany, ready to burst out of an anachronistic imperial straitjacket on a trajectory towards their modern destinies." End quote. Posterity may see things this way, but not the brother kings who then ruled. They thought not in terms of nation-states, but in terms of empire. Though neither of them succeeded in restoring Charlemagne's imperial creation, one of their descendants soon would. As mentioned already, the death of Louis the German's son, Charlemagne, meant that his brothers Louis the Saxon and Charles the Fat ascended to the thrones of Bavaria and Italy respectively. But in less than 2 years, Louis the Saxon also died, leaving the kingdoms of Bavaria and Saxony alike to his brother, Charles the Fat. During the intervening period, Charles had been crowned emperor, and he was now on the cusp of bringing all the Frankish kingdoms under his rule. Only West Francia remained sovereign, where the late Charles the Bald's eldest son now ruled. Nicknamed Louis the Stammer, and ruling West Francia for just a year and a half, his dismissive sobriquet is nonetheless an unfair one. Throughout his life, Louis had, in various capacities, demonstrated at least some level of initiative against the local aristocracy, the Vikings, and, when necessary, against his father. He also sired 2 healthy and able sons, Carloman II and Louis III, who after their father's death in 879 AD, ascended to the throne of West Francia as co-kings. A contemporary monk called the boys the hope of Europe. But slapstick tragedy was to befall them. Louis died chasing a girl, having hit his head on a low door, and Carloman died chasing a boar, having accidentally been stabbed in the leg by his servant. These freak accidents happened within a span of 2 years, when both brothers had only been around 18 years old. Had either survived, he might have proved to be precisely the kind of warrior king that West Francia so desperately needed. If we were to pinpoint a definitive crisis of the Carolingian Empire, it would not be Louis the Pious's penance in 833 AD, nor even the Treaty of Verdun a decade later. Instead, the turning point came in the period we've just discussed, the 9-year span beginning with 875 and ending in 884 AD, when 8 of Charlemagne's ruling descendants died. Even if death was always close at hand in the Carolingian world, nobody could have predicted this. It must have been a shocking thing to witness for the Franks living through that time, something akin to the experience of being an American in the late 20th century and watching the Kennedy curse unfold. Even if their empire had split apart after the Treaty of Verdun, the Franks had known no rulers other than the Carolingians for over a century. The Merovingians had been deposed as far back as 751 AD, and for all the rebellions that broke out after the 780s, each was limited in its aims to placing a different Carolingian on the throne. It was in the close of the 9th century that all of that changed. A certain Bazo of Provence took advantage of the chaos to make a bid for the West Frankian kingship in 879 AD, the same year that the young sons of Louis the Stammerer ascended to the throne as co-kings. There was little basis for Bazo's claim, except for the fact that he was powerful, well-connected, and had married into the imperial family. Even in this late stage of the empire's story, the descendants of Charlemagne proved themselves fully capable of uniting against a common enemy, with the 4 remaining Carolingian rulers banding together to root out this pretender claimant. Though Bazo was defeated, we would see his like many times again in the years to come. Within only 5 years, only one of the Carolingians involved in the struggle against Bazo was still alive. This was none other than Charles the Fat, who now presided over a reunited empire. To describe what happens next, we can turn to the always eloquent, if at times unreliable, Edward Gibbon, who said, quote, "By the end of the 9th century, the dregs of the Carolingian race no longer exhibited any symptoms of virtue or power, and the ridiculous epithets of the bald, the stammerer, the fat, and the simple distinguished the tame and uniform features of a crowd of kings alike deserving of oblivion. By the failure of the collateral branches, the whole inheritance devolved to Charles the Fat, the last emperor of his family. His insanity authorized the desertion of Germany, Italy, and France. He was deposed in a diet and solicited his daily bread from the rebels by whose contempt his life and liberty had been spared. According to the measure of their force, the governors, the bishops, and the lords usurped the fragments of the falling empire, and some preference was shown to the female or illegitimate blood of Charlemagne. Of the greater part, the title and possession were alike doubtful, and the merit was adequate to the contracted scale of their dominions. Those who could appear with an army at the gates of Rome were crowned emperors in the Vatican, but their modesty was more frequently satisfied with the appellation of kings of Italy, and the whole term of 74 years may be deemed a vacancy from the abdication of Charles the Fat in 888 AD to the establishment of Otto I in 962 AD. End quote. Gibbon's narrative is the traditional one, and his purple prose may even have helped shape it. Yet his characterizations of Charles the Bald, Louis the Stammerer, and Charles the Fat were unfair. On paper, it seems a damning thing that while the first Carolingians had epithets like the Hammer and the Great, the last Carolingians were called Stammer, Fat, Bald, and other things. At times, these nicknames were harmless, maybe even ironical, as for example with Charlemagne's father, Pepin the Short. Given the height of his son, it is hard to imagine that Pepin was short enough to warrant such a nickname. Similarly, Charles the Bald was known to be very hairy. Again, those nicknames were probably harmless, but other nicknames deliberately undermined or unpeopled their bearers, as for example with Charlemagne's eldest son, Pepin the Hunchback. This little-known Carolingian princeling probably did have a humped back, but because of the unsuccessful and little-known rebellion he had mounted against Charlemagne, it may be that his infirmity was deliberately exaggerated and weaponized against him politically. Most Carolingian nicknames were not contemporary, and this includes Charles the Fat's nickname, which was given to him in the distant 12th century. The only physical description we have of Charles is that he was tall and blond. Based on a careful reading of surviving sources, he actually cuts a competent and active figure, endlessly making the rounds across his empire in a vain attempt to keep it together through sheer force of will. In the end, the problems he faced proved insurmountable. Preeminent among them, his failure to produce a legitimate male heir. The one son he did have, Bernard, was born a bastard, and Charles was not able to legitimize him. All the same, the rules were now being rewritten. It was another Carolingian bastard, Arnulf of Carinthia, son of the so-called ass-kicker Carloman, who was responsible for deposing Charles the Fat. This is best understood as the product of acute pains rather than chronic ones like the Vikings, Saracens, and the growing entrenchment of the aristocracy. The aristocracy had been slowly entrenching itself for a while now, but the central issue was that they had gotten used to having a king in their backyard, enabling the kind of face time necessary to advance their own dynastic interests. Now there was a single ruler in charge of this vast empire, with no legitimate sons named as sub-kings. Suddenly, the nobles had none of the access that they used to have, which fueled discontent. Their uncertainty about who would follow Charles the Fat was the final nail in the coffin. For all his many circumambulations around the empire, it was simply too big for one man to rule alone. After being deposed and exiled to Alemannia, Charles sent his traitorous kinsman, Arnulf of Carinthia, the relic of the True Cross, a reminder of the oath of loyalty Arnulf had made him in sight of God. When he received it, Arnulf reportedly wept. 6 weeks later, the middle-aged Charles the Fat was dead. The entire deposition had been for nothing. A Latin poem entitled Vision of Charles the Great recounts a dream the old emperor had, one that foretold the fall of the empire. The dream demanded every ounce of erudition the emperor had. In it, he was accosted by a sword-bearer whose blade was engraved with 4 mysterious words. When he awoke, Charlemagne immediately recorded these words of ancient Germanic origin on the writing tablets he habitually kept by his bedside. He then took the tablets to his learned court so as to decipher the meaning of the words. These were the leading luminaries of the Carolingian Renaissance, the most brilliant minds in all the realm, but each of them was dumbfounded. The wisest, Einhard, suggested that it would be the sword-bearer himself who revealed the word's meaning. At that point, Charlemagne understood. He himself was the sword-bearer. The first word referred to the abundance Charlemagne had won, and the second to diminishing abundance after his death. The third word referred to avarice and oppression, and the fourth word to the end. This apocryphal dream seems to have been a popular yarn of fiction woven in the court of Louis the German, and its central theme of an empire whose fall was preordained has enraptured scholars ever since. More recently, a new story has emerged. Writing in Heart of Europe, A History of the Holy Roman Empire, historian Peter H. Wilson says, quote, "There may be something of a bargain basement feel to the later Carolingians, but they were neither as inept nor as indolent as both contemporary critics and later writers maintained. Their real problem was not irresistible centrifugal forces of dukes and kinglets seeking independence, but their own inability to produce legitimate heirs." End quote. That is a simpler story than the others, but it rings truest. The same Benedictine monk who wrote of a disgorged realm spewing forth kinglets from its bowels reinforces the idea that the last Carolingians were neither as inept nor as indolent as they are often made out to be. This monk, Regino of Prum, ascribed the cause of Carolingian power struggles not to a lack of nobility, courage, or wisdom, but instead to the simple fact that none of them so outshone the others that the rest deigned to submit to his rule. In a word, too many little Charlemagnes in the kitchen. Had the last of them begotten a new generation to pass the torch to, the odds are that this dynasty and this empire would have survived. In the event, the dark places of Europe outlasted them, which is why, one day soon, the empire would return. Yet as one story begins, another ends. When the empire returned, it would be in a new form, under a Saxon family known as the Ottonians, who were among the beneficiaries of the Frankish Empire, though not exactly its inheritors. We have to leave it at that for now. If you've made it this far, I sincerely hope you've enjoyed hearing about the rise and fall of the Franks. It is at once a tale of beginnings and of endings, the end of the late antique period and the beginning of the Middle Ages. Though their claim to the legacy of ancient Rome should be treated seriously, the truth is that the Frankish experiment in empire building was a novel one, and the peculiar response to the realities of the 8th and 9th centuries. All the same, it's a story and a legacy worth recounting.